No, no, no.
No justice, no peace, no racist police. I said no justice, no peace, no racist police. 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 I said no justice, no peace, no racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police. Please for loud acknowledgement. Oh, there he is.
We honor the land that we stand on. I honor the land with my movement. I ask you to join with me in a movement press land acknowledgement. We stand on the sacred land of Kumeyaay people. If you can, take your hands in front of you. Think about the energy in front of you. Taking a deep inhale and exhale. Inhale, bring your hands to your heart. Putting into your heart one way. You're going to show compassion today. Exhale. Inhale, bring that love and energy to your mind. Thinking of one way you're going to use your knowledge and your wisdom, power, and justice. Exhale. Inhale, take all of that love and energy around you. We honor the Kumeyaay land and the indigenous lands that we stand on. We honor the ancestors, past and present. Bring that love back to the earth.
Okay. Now presenting Cotton Candy, ready to speak. So, if y'all are comfortable, we ask please to come closer, but stay 6 feet apart, please. Due to the
Asian Solidarity Collective. Y'all hear me? Woo. All right. Beyond bars, beyond borders, protect one another from these white supremacist orders. Say it with me now. Beyond bars, beyond borders, protect one another from these white supremacist orders. Beyond bars, beyond borders, protect one another from these white supremacist orders. Asian Solidarity Collective has organized this important action for our Portal to Liberation campaign. And we hold this action today to really lift up this portal solidarity with you. We will not let them state the narrative that Asian folks were never in solidarity, that we weren't here before. As a Filipinx Asian American, I believe more than ever it is necessary that we study, look back, and relearn our histories and the violence we have faced as Asians and Asian Americans. We must never forget manifest destiny and the Pacific expansion, colonialism and forced migration, the Vietnam War, the Philippine-American War, the Korean War, Japanese internment camps, the constant push-pull actions, and the xenophobic laws that were in place to keep Asians from the United States. The Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, the Naturalization Act of 1870, the Chinese McDuffie Act, the Asian Barred Zone Act, and the current intentions of Trumpism to push forward their travel ban and the building of their quote-unquote wall on this here stolen land. When these were enacted, anti-Asian violence were rampant. Racism against Asian people have never been new, because I remember Vincent Chin, Fong Lee, the San Jose custodial family, the 1997 Denny's incident, and many more Asians who've been met, and I need to pause to turn my page, who have been met with racial and state violence from the police and vigilantes, the No Filipinos Allowed signs, the anti-miscegenation laws, the legislation against Vietnamese fishermen in the 1980s at Monterey Bay, mistreatment of Asians in Nike and Apple factories, Asian stereotypes, constant targeting, racial profiling, surveillance and deportation against Muslims, Sikhs, South Asian Americans, the human trafficking. The human trafficking throughout Asia, the occupation of our homelands, and our stolen resources. We cannot forget the I Hotel and the hundreds of Filipino elders who were forcibly removed and displaced, including PQ Village right up the block. But when within this, I also remember Gracie Lee Boggs. I remember Yuri Kuchiyama. And I remember Philip Veracruz and Larry Itliong. And I remember the Third World Liberation Front, all of who taught us what it means to be in solidarity, with the understanding that the only way through is through cross-racial solidarity with an intersectional approach. We were here, and we are here, and we will continue to be here. Now, yes, we as Asians, we have work to do to push back against the colonized minds and to actively fight against not just racism, but imperialism, colonialism, globalization, and anti-Black racism, and anti-indigeneity within ourselves and in our own communities and across. We must follow Black leadership to be in solidarity and lift up Black, trans, women, femmes, and queer people, non-binary, and disabled people. Show up in these parts of the streets, like 24-hour fitness. For all of us, for the people who actively show up to not just fight for some of us, but for all of us, because as many Black revolutionaries before us has taught us, we ain't free till we are all free. That truly know that when Black lives get free, then we all get free. For each other through. We will co-create this world together through the portal of liberation. We will conjure the transformative justice interventions. We will build together, following the lead of the most margins within the margins and the impacted. Those who are vulnerable will lead us, and we will center those who are at the margins. We are here today to say we are in solidarity with you, and we must say, Black Lives Matter!
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 Thank you so much for being here. We see you. We love you. It is only right that we have our youth here today co-hosting our program. I am now introducing one of our youth in Asian Solidarity Collective, one of the most amazing, fierce, and brilliant people I know, Pebbles.
Peace is Pebbles, Filipina, Okinawan, ancestors colonized. And now we rebels on the run to the port of liberation. A dream about another nation, one without prisons, walls, and deportation. Oh, let me. Enough of this alienation. We've been throwing down since the BC. The fucked up system is not what we want, but that's all we see. We want justice for our schools and communities, pre-K to university. Second down, youth going to school having to worry about getting snatched up and thrown into prison, or ICE tearing up families. So when I say F a cop, I really mean it. When I say F a capitalistic white supremacy system, I really mean it. And when you say calm down, fuck you, I really mean it. It's time to wake up. I really mean it. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you, Karen, I mean it. They say trust in America. Well, I got trust issues. Couldn't wipe away the trauma even with the tissue. You know, it's been hard. So, like Killer Mike, we must plot, plan, strategize, organize, and mobilize. Our people, take care of ourselves, our land. Prioritize. Yeah, I'm about that revolutionary love, the kind that moves and instills in me. Her presence is word speaks, elevates the organizer inside of me. So, as I wrap this up, we must emphasize that we are here in solidarity for the movement for Black lives. Okay? Get it started. Make some noise. Line up we got here today. Okay, so we are here to demand liberation for immigration, liberation for education, liberation for a world free from police and prison, liberation for community care, liberation for freedom home. Well, okay, let's get it started. So we got, let's see on our list. Okay, now introducing Malcolm Morgan. He's an author, illustrator from San Diego. He is Muslim organizer for Pillars of the Community. Let's give it up for Malcolm.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Let me ask everybody a question. When you look at me, do you see a human being?
Yes.
Can you hear me? When you look at me, do you see a human being?
Yes.
Because some people, they see a dog-like creature. I'm not a dog. I don't have a tail. I don't have a coat of fur. I don't bark. None of that. But guess what? For 10 years of my life, I was caged up in a kennel like a dog. 10 years. And treated like a dog. Stripped out, fed food through a little slot in the door, treated like a dog. And right now in America, there's prisoners being treated worse than dogs. People love their dogs more than they love prisoners. And I'll tell you something else. In America, in the courtrooms, a police officer's dog, their life is worth more than a black man's life in the court of law. You'll get life for killing a police dog, life in prison, but when a cop kills a black man, he cannot do 1 day in the county jail. But I didn't have to go to prison to understand this. I already knew that my life was worth more in their eyes than a dog. I didn't have to go to prison to learn that. But I did learn some more poignant lessons in prison. One of the things I realized quickly is how fast Asians and blacks will come together when they realize that their numbers are low and that their life may be in jeopardy if they don't unite. Prisoners understand that. Because in there, you have two marginalized groups, and they come together as brothers and the others, as they term it in prison. The brothers and the others, right? And the sad thing is that in prison, there's more solidarity between Asians and blacks than I see on the streets. It's sad, but that's what this event is good for, right? We need more of this. The other thing that I realized is that as powerful as it can be when blacks and Asians unite in solidarity, it's so much more powerful when all of the oppressed people unite for a common goal. We saw this happen during the hunger strikes. Poor white people, Mexicans, Asians, blacks, everybody united and they got the goal accomplished. Right? It's another thing that I learned that was very, very potent in prison. We are perfectly capable of policing ourselves. We are perfectly capable of policing ourselves. In prison, if one person does something to jeopardize the safety of everybody, a group of prisoners will come and make sure that person is put in their place and the threat is stopped. We don't need outside people coming and dictating how we keep the order amongst ourselves. This is demonstrated a lot. And make no mistake about it, with all of this talk about abolish the police, abolish this, abolish that, there must be an apparatus of some type of law, of some type of law and order in the street. There must be. But when we say abolish, we're not saying that we want to put an end to law enforcement in general. We're saying that we want to put an end to outsiders who don't see us as humans coming and policing our neighborhoods. That's what we're saying. We don't want people that don't even see us as human beings coming in and policing us. We want to put an end to that because we are capable of policing ourselves. We want to put an end to the war that's being waged on our communities. We want to put an end to militarization of the police. We want to put an end to the military-industrial complex as a whole.
Come on now.
As a whole. Because what you're seeing in the street is only a microcosm of what this nation is doing as a whole. We're warmongers. And finally, what I'm saying we must put an end to is modern-day slavery in the form of mass incarceration, human warehousing, the prison industrial complex. If you don't see this as slavery, do me a favor. Slap yourself and wake up.
We got Professor Alexander from Southeast San Diego, aka Talent.
rocking my individual #1 fly shirt. I came and we had like 5 people. I thought I made up defund the police. Come to find out there's a whole movement. So thank you everybody for coming out today. I just want to start it off with a little bit of history. You know, I used to walk around college campuses ready for anybody to ask me to register to vote or to sign a petition, and I had a whole speech ready why I didn't believe in the American capitalist system of democracy. But then I found out that 20 years ago, in 2000, that there was a Proposition 21, that I didn't vote to oppose, that my neighbors didn't vote to oppose, that your parents, that many of you didn't oppose. And because of a Proposition 21 that was passed in the year 2000, in 2014, our district attorney, Bonnie Dumanis, rounded up 33 African-American men and charged them with 50 years to life, set their bail at $1.5 million, and tried to condemn them to live in the conditions that Brother Malcolm just broke down. Tried to condemn them to live in cages for the rest of their life. And in court, the district attorney said, we don't think they committed a crime. We don't even think they knew about the crime. But under Penal Code 182.5, that was passed by Proposition 21 in the year 2000, while I and many of my brothers and many of my sisters and our parents and our relatives and our neighbors sat on our asses, allows us to charge them with 50 years to life for any crime, any person that's allegedly attached to a gang, that's allegedly perpetrated any crime, that they can be charged with that crime too. That happened on our watch. When we tell people to be involved and to vote at the ballot box, we're not telling them to play the game. We're telling them don't get played. We're not telling them to be a part of this broken system. We're telling them to understand it. Because whether we're informed, whether we understand what's on the ballot or not, isn't going to change anything. This election coming up in November, there's a lot of different things that we're going to be voting on. But the main thing that I want us all to be paying attention to is a proposition called Proposition 20. And Proposition 26 to repeal all of the minor gains that we've made over the last few years with the passage of Prop 47 that made it so that prosecutors can no longer racially target people with black and brown people with felonies and give white people named Todd and Sean at San Diego State University misdemeanors and make them all misdemeanors. Prop 20 is led by police unions. Prop 20 is led by unscrupulous grocers that don't want to have mothers who can't feed their children steal baby formula. So if you don't vote for anything, make sure you go to the ballot and you vote no on Prop 20. We got to continue to fight. We have to be in the streets. Electoral politics isn't about checking a box. It's about showing up 365 days out of the year. If it takes you a fucking hour and a half to vote no on Prop 20, you better vote no on Prop 20. Otherwise, the people who will continue to be incarcerated under your and my name, that blood and that sacrifice and that pain is going to be on all of our shoulders. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Kitty representing the Laos and how to dedicate to recovering the remains of the Laos people's history of Mekong in effort to end believe in borders. We don't believe in cages. We don't believe in white supremacy, and we sure as shit don't believe in ICE. We do believe it in each other, in the obligations we have to one another for our liberation. We do believe in decolonization of the mind. We do believe in any kind of oppressive U.S. imperialism. My liberation is tied to your liberation, it's tied to their liberation, it's tied to us all. So I ask you, don't just show up today. Join us in this movement. Ride with us, and I'll see y'all in the streets.
No.
Always looking at the dog.
You don't have to be sorry. I know, I'm just like,
Allow me to introduce MX-agent son. Them and they pronouns. Is a black radical activist and advocate for queer youth, homeless, and underrepresented. Welcoming.
good morning. How many of y'all can hear me? Walking up and down because I realized that you probably can't hear from the freeway. So I want to know that Black Lives Matter is not a hashtag. It is a movement. It is an ongoing thing. When you say Black Lives Matter, that means defund the police. That means you are anti-white. That means not anti-white. You are anti-white supremacist, anti-whiteness, anti-colonial mindset that keeps your thoughts enslaved and chained to policing. And we have no policing one another. That's not just with the institutions that we call like 911, security, all these other agencies that will hold you locked up. But that means also policing one another, keeping each other's bodies and expression. I don't know how many people know I'm a proud tranny faggot. A proud black tranny faggot. My body is my choice. Your body is your choice. That means that no colonial mindset, no white supremacist mindset should be holding on to the idea that we come in a binary, that we should act a certain way, talk a certain way, walk a certain way. That means no policing all around. Black Lives Matter. Our oppression, your oppression, is wrapped up in white supremacy. It's wrapped up in the colonial mindset. So when we say that we are in solidarity, that you're an ally, really, I want you to be an accomplice. I want you to be ready to die for the fight, not put it down at the end of the day, so that you fit in, you can have drinks with the enemy. That means that you got to lose this idea of American exceptionalism, because we're all here on stolen land, all of us. So our impression is wrapped up. Sorry, it's hot out here. Our oppression is wrapped up together, bound together. So we got to fight together. We gotta be with each other in solidarity. The most unfortunate thing I see sometimes is white supremacy has us against each other, as us saying you're the inferior minority to each other. But none of us are inferior. We're all in this together against white supremacy, against homophobes, transphobes, anti-blackness, anti-Asian sentiment, all of it. Sorry, my dog does not want to stay still, so we're just walking around. Plus, you can hear us this way. She says anti staying in mind. So, when we're fighting, when you're in solidarity, you gotta stay with the fight. Stay with the thinking. Stay with the mentality of anti-whiteness, and we gotta be all in this together. Next thing you know, I don't want to leave here because I'm Black Lives Matter, so I know that my name is on their radar, and I'm considered a black identity extremist before KKK is. Before, I'm sure plenty of the Klans members that operate the 911 Santee police officers. I don't know what I'm saying. Basically, fuck the police. Fuck allies, accomplices only. Fuck whiteness. Fuck white supremacy. Black Lives Matter, 24/7, 365. Asian solidarity.
I'll take the pleasure of introducing my good friend here. I might cry when I talk about them. So this comes from my deepest heart, Kari, who is like family to me, who's one of the fiercest organizers and artists I fucking know. I fucking love them. I fucking love their partner. I fucking love their whole family. They are the people who ride or die. You talk about ride or die. That's my good friend Gotti here. Phenomenal artist, phenomenal organizer. Out here today with their theme, Amatilos, providing the safety for us because we only keep us safe. We only keep us safe. So fuck the police! All right, Gotti, there you go. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the portal to Liberation Caravan with Asian Solidarity Collective, who has created this beautiful, safer space, right, for all of us to express our revolutionary love and our revolutionary spirit with each other. This is family. This is chosen family. So I am here with Armadillos. We are a search and rescue group. We look for our lost migrant siblings who have lost their way in the desert due to racist, terrorist, colonial borders that, like the compa from El Otro Lado mentioned, just really don't exist and are just tools of this white supremacist imperialist government. It really is just an assassin, tool of assassination. So, with all that said, we are here as kind of just a grounding group for safety, because we all are part of the safety team here. It's not just Armadillos, it's not just ASC. We all keep us safe. We invite everyone here to look out for each other, to look out for each other's safety while we're on the road, to not get too close so that, we have to break and rear end one of our good friends here, to make sure that we're vigilant, but we're not creating paranoia. We're here to keep each other safe. We're here to keep undocumented civilians safe. We're here to keep the most marginalized safe. If you have more privilege, please put yourself in harm's way over someone who is going to be obviously marginalized by these pigs, right? So please just keep that in mind. I don't want to take up too much time because we're ready to rock, all right? Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to introduce another dear friend. I might cry with this one too. Because you talk about organizing and solidarity is about trust and relationships. Trust and relationships. And you are not an organizer if you are not building relationships and organizing folks into the movement. And some of the people in organizing movements are some of the bestest friends I've got. Because I know you've got my back and I've got yours. And I know that I love you. And that you love me. And we are here to protect one another. And Kim is one of my bestest friends. I see But I want to say that I love Kim. She shows up for me when I trip and fall because I'm a klutz. She checks on me because she knows I have a heart condition. She shows up for me in every fucking way possible. And I love her. And we don't do this because of some transactional bullshit. We do this for the humanity, the dignity, the love that we must show up for one another because of that fucking love. That is fucking organizing. I'm introducing my dearest friend. Kim Moore. What up, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
So look, Andy just talked about how organizing is about building relationships. It's about those one-on-one. This is not no transactional bullshit. So I'm going to ask y'all to dig deep in this moment. If you've never been in community with some of the folks you've seen here today, I urge you to plug in. Everybody here needs to find their political home. You need to find your political home. What is a political home? A group of individuals who are organizing around the same issues you care about, and you are providing education around those issues. That political home is still in the community. That's fine. That's who I build with. I'm in the trenches with. We're in deep community with each other, and through that, I've developed other relationships. So I'm just going to set the groundwork to help ground some of you all in what organizing is truly about. It is not about just coming out to rallies, turning up, and going home. There's actual work to be done. And I'm going to spend some of my time talking about that much needed work. I'm one of 13 co-founders of the San Diego Bail Fund. And we did not create that fund for celebrity. We did not create that fund to elevate ourselves. We created that fund because there are people in San Diego who are being warehoused in jail. And they need to be free. They need to be free. Because the bail system is literally a game of who can pay for freedom. And to that, I say, fuck the system. Because my ancestors paid for my liberation with their fucking blood. We demand freedom in this nation. And let me tell you one of the ways we can get it. Now, I'm not here to tell you or try to shame you and who to vote for president. I ain't about that life. You make your own political decisions that way. But I would ask that when you get that ballot on November, you look down the ballot for proposition. You are going to see Proposition 25. That is about abolishing cash bail. Prop 25 is about abolishing cash bail. Let me tell you why this is incredibly important. As it stands right now, if a black person or a person of color or an indigenous person is locked up in these local cages out here, chances are they're going to stay there until their court date. I want to put that into real perspective for you. If you cannot pay to bail yourself out, if you're barely making ends meet right now, and you are locked up, chances are you will lose whatever job you have because you can't show up for work. If you have kids, there's a possibility you can lose custody of your children, and you can lose whatever housing you have. However, if you are a white person that gets arrested, chances are you're probably able to bail yourself out, which means you get freedom. Which means freedom is for some, not for everyone. That is the system we are looking to dismantle, and we can do it in November. Vote yes on Prop 25. Abolish this incredibly racist, corrupt, classist system and free our motherfucking people.
Yes.
Thank you, Kim. Dr. Stanley Rodriguez is not here, but what we must call into is a reminder, the stewards of this land, and the way we must protect this land, and also show up in solidarity, address our own anti-indigeneity indigenous peoples and their movement for their own sovereignty and reparations as well for indigenous peoples. And that's what we must call into this movement and to as we go into the place that is our next location site. Does anyone know why we're here? Raise your hands, how many of y'all know why we chose this location? We are in this location because 2 years ago, land developers Lennar and Atlantic and Pacific Properties displaced over 900 seniors, Filipinos, disabled folks, other folks of color from their homes not too long ago. Over there, not too far from here. We are going to pass by their location. That was not a relocation. That was displacement. That was removal on these stolen lands. Yes, gentrification. We are going to head over there to our first site location. We are going to do a banner drop, a short pause. Do not get out of your car. We are going to pause, drop the banner, and then we're going to head on out to the portal of liberation. Y'all with me for the portal? Y'all ready for the portal of liberation? All right. We need car 1, car 0, car 2, car 3 to their cars. Follow the lead of cars 1. We're the first cars with the flag. You're going to see flags on our cars. That is Asian Solidarity Collective team. We have procession signs on our cars.
Carmela.
If you feel and use your own safety instinct, if you feel you must slow down, slow down. If you feel that you must speed up, that choice is up to you. We believe in our people's own autonomy to make your own decisions for your own safety. Follow and encourage your leadership. See you in the portal. Will the owner of a black Jetta please move your car? Thank you. Owner of a black Jetta. We got it.
Are you sure you don't want me to drive? Because I could
It looks like you need to communicate.
Go. Hi everyone, what a powerful action. And now that we just got into our cars, we're on our way to our first site location, which is not too far away.
As we proceed our car caravan action and invite our speakers in, we ask all our speakers to be as timely as possible because we have a great lineup and we must be on time. And we also have a lot of invited guests, co-conspirators in the struggle. We want to make sure that we respect people's time and make sure everyone is on program today. So please, we remind our guests to share all that they have to share, but also keep it on time for everyone else's sake. So, yes.
Am I on mic? How come I don't hear anybody? Is the volume up?
You're on.
This is a quiet place, good neighborhood. Even though I am alone, I am happy because all my neighbors are good and we are all friends. You have to understand our situation, especially all those seniors living here and all those who have kids earning only minimum wage. They cannot move to somewhere that they cannot afford.
This project creates the type of housing that's missing from the market today. Housing for middle-class working families.
You know, when seniors are stressing and are worrying because they're being forced to relocate and restart their lives for development, we have to revisit our housing policy.
I'm thinking also all my friends and neighbors. I'm sad that we separate each other.
This is not relocating. This is removal.
If we don't get the result we want here at Peaky Village, hopefully others can learn from our experiences.
Wow, that was only the trailer, and it's already really bringing me such emotions as it reminds me of the times the members of Agent Solidarity Collective and allies for the PQ spent with PQ residents. Make sure to be on the lookout for when the documentary drops early next year.
Next on the lineup is Raphael, a powerful organizer in San Diego who's also supported residents here at PQ Village. Raphael is also an organizer with San Diego Tenants Union.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all who are on the line. Thank you, comrades, for being part of this. This is a call out to the developers to let them know we're vigilant about their tactics and their methods of exploitation. We cannot allow low-income nonprofit developers to profit off of the exploitation of our neighbors. We have a situation in PQ Village where tenants, 334 families were displaced who were depending on this affordable housing. Many of them had to leave the country. And this is something that we keep seeing over and over. Low-income housing that was designated for our community 30, 40, 50 years ago is now expiring. We have about 5,000 units or locations that are expiring in the next few years. And it's pressing that we call these developers out, know what they're doing, building equity on our funds, on our backs, only to turn around and sell it for these luxury condominiums, these luxury apartments, luxury housing that none of us can afford. This is displacement, everyone. We need to fight it. Join the tenants union, be a part of it, fight displacement. It is part of fighting for our liberation. Thank you.
Raphael, can you please share with us what you've learned about working with organizing with allies for PQ Village and the residents of PQ Village in their fight for their homes?
Definitely. ASC and Allies for PQ Village took on the role of making sure no one ended up homeless from this displacement, this violent displacement that was eventually negotiated by nonprofits, labor unions, trade unions that had no interest in preserving the community. So when we came together, ASC was the backbone of all the organizing. We made sure that everything was documented, that tenants knew their rights, that tenants were well informed and could participate in fighting back. We tried to give them tools, but it was overwhelming. They had threatened to basically start demolishing, and tenants were incentivized or bribed with, $2,500 to $4,000 that wouldn't even cover a few months of rent. We discovered with ASC that there is a way to organize the tenants and help them overcome some of the difficulties. Ideally, we want to prevent this. This is the purpose of this. And PQ Village was once a beautiful area. It was once a beautiful community full of love. And now it's just, buildings, new buildings, full of people that have no interest in developing the community that once was. But thanks to ASC and others, we've seen that, we do have a community that remains, and we are pushing forward. We've stuck through, and we've tried raising funds for them as the pandemic goes on and connecting them with resources. So ASC has a great database. They've been able to coordinate with the tenants and with the organizers to try to bring attention to the situation. Thank you to everyone who was part of this, or who is part of this. Let's make sure this doesn't happen again.
Thank you so much, Raphael, for sharing with us your work and for lifting up the people from PQ Village.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hi everyone, my pronoun is Sha, which is a Filipino gender neutral pronoun, and I'm a part of Allies for PQ Village. Allies for PQ Village is a group of community members who came together during the displacement of residents at PQ Village to stay connected with residents and offer our support. PQ Village was a large, affordable housing complex of about 300 plus apartments in Rancho Penasquitos and home to a close-knit community of residents. Many of those residents were our elders, community members with disabilities, Filipinos, people of color, and working-class families. One resident shared with me how many of her neighbors were like family to her. When her youngest son was newly born, he suffered from sleep apnea, which meant you would need to tap his back whenever he would stop breathing every few minutes, or he could die. Whenever she needed to drop off her other children at school, she could call on her neighbors, and they would watch her son's breathing closely and tap his back so he could breathe again. She and her neighbors understood that being part of a loving community means we need to look out for and take care of each other. In 2018, the city of San Diego approved that PQ Village be demolished for a new development called Pacific Village, which meant the progressive displacement of about 900 people living at PQ Village. Pacific Village now has only 60 moderately affordable apartments, so it went from 300 to 60 moderately affordable apartments, and that was only because PQ Village residents, elders, and their supporters pushed for it. But the rest of Pacific Village, especially the housing that's for sale, is far from affordable. Many residents from PQ Village are now part of hundreds of thousands of folks in our communities here who need and deserve housing they can actually afford. Maybe those already include ourselves here, or our family members or friends who are experiencing and suffering from housing instability or potential eviction amid other stressors during this crisis. It has been a privilege to meet with the elders and residents from PQ Village and learn from their care and wisdom for one another. They remind me not only that it is important to fight for your community, but also to love and take care of it. As you pass by the PQ Village site, please reflect on how we can love and take care of one another, especially our elders at this time, and what kinds of communities and neighbors we want to create as we continue.
Can we go to site 3, site 5, site 4? Go to
I see you say
number
thank
3,
you.
Site number 5, site number 4. Here we go, freeway time.
We also have additional resources for people who are organizing around housing. Filipino Tenants Union is a new union that has recently organized the past few months during COVID-19, serving Filipino communities.
Thank you for sharing the research, Jim. Speaking of which, throughout the duration of this car caravan ride, we will be lifting up resources, BIPOC people, communities, and organizations in San Diego who have been longtime organizers and who have been doing the movement building work. These are all people we continuously learn from and build with.
We'll also be lifting up our own Asian communities. Here in San Diego, the often erased, forgotten, and invisibilized here in San Diego.
Go. And now we would like to introduce our live performer, Mickey Vale, international hip hop artist, playwright, and teaching artist. Welcome.
Hello, hello, hello. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, I'm Mickey Vale, and I'm grateful to be here today in solidarity with the Asian Solidarity Collective, and all my love to everyone watching, and especially the people who are out on this very, very hot day out outside. All my respect to you. The song I'm about to do is in honor of our ancestors, and usually when I do it live, um, we do some call and response. I say, I am, and then you would say, because we're here live right now, you would say, my ancestors' dreams. I am my ancestors' dreams. So even though we're not in the same space together, we kind of are in the same space right now. We're in the same cyberspace together. So let's raise the vibration and let's go. I am my ancestors' dreams. I am my ancestors' dreams. I am my ancestors' dreams. I am. Huh. I am the dream of a million men with hearts pumping melanin. I am the dream of a million men. Huh. I am the dream of a million men with hearts pumping melanin. I am the dream of a million men. I am the dream of a million men with hearts pumping melanin, the embrace of a hug that turns a thug to a gentleman. I am love, I am strong, but I am delicate. I'm dancing in the rain for the hell of it, just to feel alive. Cruising down the 805 with my mind on my people and my people on my mind. Deliver us from evil, raise us up to the divine so we can bask in the shine one time. Ayo, chant down Babylon, raise your lighters up, pour knowledge in your cup, get lit, guzzle up. I'm ready to erupt, cut up like a brisk. And even with the lisp, I still sound crisp. Plus this young sis just out for justice. Black fists in the air, wear my hair in a twist. Close my eyes like this and grab a hold of the vision. Hear my grandma quoting tradition. God spoken, I listen through this hip-hop transmission. Giving exactly what the fans missing. Black, white, Asian, Muslim, man, Christian. Man, listen. I am the dream of a million men with hearts pumping melanin. I am the dream of a million men. I am the dream of a million men with hearts pumping melanin. I am the dream of a million men. Let's raise the vibration. I am my ancestors' dreams. I am my ancestors' dreams. I am my ancestors' dreams. I am. Huh. Pay homage. We all God's beautiful creatures. I ain't trying to be a preacher. I'm just trying to reach you, trying to teach you. The system was designed to beat you down to the ground, leave you with the permanent frown. Say, fuck Babylon, yo, we burning it down. Being a queen takes work. I'm just earning my crown. Sure as the sounds of self whispering within. My ancestors breathe life to my pen to write on. Like the sky is falling, like my childhood is calling. My car's stalling in a horror flick, and I gotta get free from these demons that are following me. Take a big sip, swallow the tea from the tree of life. I see the light, that's why I can't sleep at night, knowing that my nephews ain't being treated right, and their schools barely teaching how to read and write. We won't join them, we'll beat them. Freedom fight. Freedom fight. Yeah. I am the dream of a million men. Yeah. I am the dream of a million men with hearts pumping melanin. Yeah. I am the dream of a million men. One more time. I am my ancestors' dreams. I am my ancestors' dreams. I am. I am. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Mickey, for that amazing live performance.
As we are leaving PQ and heading towards Zion Market, we reminisce and reflect the similarities with iHotel in the Bay Area, where Filipinx communities was violently abused and evicted by police and white vigilantes, connecting the displacements, marginalized, and gentrification history in San Diego, such as downtown Market Street, which was known as Skid Row.
A place where the Black, Latinx, and Southeast Asian communities were boarded off to live due to the economic and racial housing systems and restrictions. Although Skid Row was stigmatized, residents described a strong sense of community and feeling of family. As we approach Zion Market, we'll be hearing some history of Ana Laura. We read it. Ana Laura, are you there?
Hi, thank you, Pebbles and Doom. How are you? Hi, my name's Ana Laura. I'm here today as a committed co-conspirator, committed to uplifting a vision of a world that is free from policing, from borders, from anti-Asian violence, from anti-Black violence. On February 13, 2019, ICE agents raided Zion Market, pointed guns, tied up the majority of the people working there, interrogated them about their immigration status, and kidnapped the ones who weren't able to prove their legal status. 1 year plus later, they are dealing with the repercussions of that day, facing the deportation machine. These are folks who are our neighbors, family members, part of community with hopes and dreams. This is not an isolated incident. This show of grotesque force has been separating families at the borders, inside our communities, and placing people in detention camps every day. ICE is an arm of the state that operates with impunity, creating fear. Our vision of abolishing ICE and abolishing borders is fundamentally a call to abolish police and abolish all the manifestations of the carceral systems. La placa, la migra, la misma porquería. Policing on the streets, policing on the borders are all interconnected. They all make up an arm of the state that continues to terrorize our community, to terrorize Black, Indigenous people of color on a daily basis. Abolish all carceral systems. We can't settle for anything less if we want a world without policing and the world our communities deserve and need. We must continue to demand a world where every individual lives with dignity and respect, are able to move freely, have access to shelter, food, and clothing, envisioning a world free of white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism, heterosexism. As Walida Imarisha reminds us, by collectively dreaming up one that means that we can begin building the world into existence. Thank you, Asian Solidarity Collective, for amplifying the call to show up for each other in solidarity, to envision and work towards a world free from mass incarceration, deportations, and borders. Thank you. Saludos.
Thank you, Ana Laura, for sharing that history.
Thank you, Ana Laura. Yes, it's important to name that Asian Solidarity Collective has only been around for less than 5 years, and we still have much work to do. When we first started Asian Solidarity Collective, we were trying to find all of us, where we are and who, because Asian people, we are not a monolith. We are diverse people and communities with various experiences, and also many who are at the margins from within the margins. Southeast Asians, South Asians who heavily experience harsh impacts of mass incarceration and deportation. When the term Asian American first came into formation in the 1960s, activists in the late 1970s, Asian Americans are not one people, but several. This statement alone highlights the ways we must deeply expand our own understandings of the ever transformative Asian America and Asian American politics. We are not a fixed sole identity, but rather a diverse political identity that came into formation due to the experiences of war, mass incarceration, immigration, and naturalization laws, labor exploitation, and more. Our Asian ancestral leaders before us spoke out against colonization, imperialism, globalization, anti-Blackness, anti-Black racism, anti-Asian racism, racial capitalism, and all forms of oppression. Today, our movement and intent behind Asian American are still intentional at not simply just addressing, but dismantling white supremacy, heteropatriarchy, and to end in war, xenophobia, and more. While we can name that the Asian American movement very much so continues to do this work, we as Asian Solidarity Collective recognize that we have much work to do within our own Asian communities in dismantling anti-Black racism and anti-indigeneity. We remain committed to doing the work of educating our communities, as well as doing the inner work to decondition and decolonize, so that we can truly be in solidarity as not simply just allies, but as co-conspirators and accomplices in the struggle to get free.
Thank you so much for teaching us, Grace. Here in Asian Solidarity Collective, we are constantly learning from each other.
Now we would like to introduce a live performer, a known San Diego poet legend. Viet May is a award-winning program facilitator at the Village of Promise Collective Mentoring Program, co-founder of Vinci.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be a part of the Asian Solidarity Collective. I too stand with Black Lives, and this is my poem. Ever since Sesame Street premiered on PBS in 1969, they've been on the cutting edge of public programming, teaching wide-eyed kids pretty much everything they need to know by the age of 6. The Count taught me how to count and feel powerful afterwards. I learned C is for cookie, and that's good enough for me. And when Mr. Hooper died, I understood my next door neighbor, Mr. Dan, wasn't coming back. You see, Sesame Street always had a way of simplifying real life situations that I could relate to. Meet Alex, the new kid on Sesame Street whose dad isn't around because he's incarcerated. And my heart sank. Like a shiny penny tossed in a well that hasn't fulfilled wishes since the war on drugs. You see, I work with a mentoring program designed to break the cycle of incarceration. Every workshop trains kids how to be stronger than a power-hungry police officer. Every field trip puts footprints in directions that don't follow their parents into the injustice system. It is my job to teach them that they are valuable, worthy of love, but they are far more likely to be arrested in America than anywhere else on the planet. So I encourage them to see each day as the most important day of their lives, but I'm concerned that there are Muppets. Also teaching our kids how to cooperate, how to deal with the prison system. You see, when did the public school system, when did prison become part of the preschool curriculum? Sesame Street seems to understand the militarization of our neighborhoods, our borders and schools. What's next? Will Big Bird have a song called Hands Up, hoping they won't shoot him for his clipped wings? Will Cookie Monster have to tell us that the police are always in interrogation mode, that everything that you say can and will be used against you, and they will crucify him for something as silly as his last name? See, Sesame Street is where a lot of us grew up learning the essentials to everyday life. So what point do we realize that everyday life includes 2.7 million children with parents locked up? And that's an 80% increase in only 20 years. So if we don't do something more than just Muppets, 70% of them are likely to get swallowed up too. I hope Alex beats the odds against him and makes it out of Sesame Street to become far greater than the weight of his childhood. My name is Viet Mai. Black Lives Matter.
Wow, thank you. That was so inspiring. Oof, I am moved by your performance. Now let's get checking on one of our ASC members to see where they are at. Trin, Candy, anyone out there? Where are you and how are things going on your end?
Yo, it's Candy. My cam won't turn on, but it's all good.
Here we're on the freeway on our way to Claremont Mesa Boulevard. We're about to exit right now, and here we are. We're going to go into a location mostly known as Restaurant Row, but there's a whole lot of history here down in this area. But right now, all we see is the freeway as we're about to exit. Where's everyone else at?
Hey y'all, this is Trin. I think we're towards the back. So we're just about to pass the 52 right now, but we all got our hazards on.
How many cars are in front of you, Trin? Do you know? Yeah, I see a whole lot of roads.
Let me see if I can switch my camera.
We got a long line of cars on this freeway. Everyone's passing us by.
Yeah, we all got our hazards on. But we're about to get to Claremont Mesa Boulevard.
Okay. We're about to turn in the right car. I'm car number 3.
What about other folks?
Huh?
What about other folks? Where are y'all at?
Other folks chime in. Where y'all at? ASC members. You're getting into the left lane.
We're about to exit the exit Claremont Mesa Boulevard, like exiting right now.
Anyone else out there? We're on
Car number 5 is about to exit.
Oh,
Is someone gonna run in Zion and get some boba?
Yes, boba.
Yes, boba.
I am hot. It's a hot day out here for sure. Y'all, we're representing. We're representing strong. Y'all got to see this. Let me flip my camera around so you can see the front car. The flag.
Cool.
This is Claremont, the strip.
Yes.
When we make it down to Convoy, that's where we know as the road of the Restaurant Row, where all Asian restaurants are. But I'll let Pebble and Doom.
Yes.
Should we make some noise with our cars? Yes, let's make some noise. Let's make some noise, my car number 8. The last car of the Caravan just made it onto the Claremont exit.
Yes.
Claremont exit. When we go down to Zion Market for sure, we'll make some noise as we pass by.
Okay.
You should slow down, I think, because there's more cars behind us.
There are tons of people that are doing the same thing, so we're blocking the street.
Turn.
How many people are on the Zoom right now? Yeah, how many people? I can't see. We're getting into the left lane, everybody.
The live feed had like 20 something.
I see our long tail of cars back there. We got armadillos leading our car, Caravan, the flag.
Hard to see. Okay.
Yes, Trin, I see that. We have to need people to see. How many people are in the Zoom? Wait.
We got 26 on the Zoom call and 31 watching with us on Facebook Live.
Hey, friend.
Okay, as we are driving by the Zion Market, we would like to say a chant. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE.
We're passing by Zion Market right now.
Honk your horns, people. Let's go. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up
Not
with
put up with
ICE.
ICE.
Say it
Can
once,
I
say it
respond?
Once,
Say it
twice.
say
twice.
it
We
We
will
twice.
not
will
put
We
up with
will not
ICE.
put up with ICE.
Say it once, say it
once, say it
twice.
twice.
We
We
will
will
not put
not
up
put
with
up with
ICE.
ICE.
We see Shirty on the side of
I like your bell.
What?
They're bringing it back. Bell. It says ring for beer.
What's happening over there? What did everything good, Toddy? Card number one. Hello?
You got a green light. Go.
Hello? Everything good over there, card number one? Card number one, you good over there? I don't know if my walkie-talkie is working. Do you hear me?
Car number one is really good right now. We just had to pick up something unexpected.
I don't know why my walkie-talkie ain't working now. Can you say something on the walkie-talkie?
Hi, everyone. We are now headed to Convoy Street, where we'll be addressing COVID-19 and anti-racism.
We'd like to introduce to our next speaker, Carmela. Carmela is a curator and organizer concentrating in Filipinx American storytelling and is currently marketing manager at the San Diego Film Festival.
Hello, can you hear me? Hey everybody, I'm Carmela with Asian Solidarity Collective. Thank you for joining us for this car caravan. I just want to talk about some of the current issues that have been affecting our communities in the last few months. Since the wake of COVID-19, there has been an increase in racist attacks, discrimination, and xenophobia on the Asian Pacific Islander community. Asians, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders represent 1 out of every 7 San Diego County residents and is the fastest growing racial group in the county. While COVID-19 poses a threat to the world's health and economic stability, public reaction has led to subsequent harm for specific populations. Let's see where I'm at. As COVID-19 has spread, there has been numerous reports of APIs experiencing microaggressions, racial profiling, hate incidents, and in some cases, hate violence due to fears of COVID-19. The Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council and Chinese for Affirmative Action created an online reporting center called Stop API Hate to quantify and combat hate crimes targeting APIs. As of April 2020, Stop API Hate has received 1,711 reports of hate acts in the first 7 weeks across at least 45 states and the District of Columbia. The report shows 28 cases of anti-API acts in San Diego County. reported from March 19th to April 29th, 2020, including incidents of verbal harassment, shunning, and physical assault. Over 30,000 businesses are API owned in San Diego, with numerous dining and hospitality establishments having reported a decrease in business since January 2020. At the beginning of the outbreak, areas such as Kearny Mesa already saw a slump in sales before the state's stay-at-home order went into effect. Many restaurants remain closed despite the ability to now reopen. So as we're driving down Convoy Street right now, I know there's a lot of familiar places that you can check out, and we're passing by, or my car is passing by the old dumpling dim sum place that had burned down during this time too. Their experiences have not been uncommon for members of the API community during this time. In March of this year, a group of API organizations formed the SD API Coalition, including Asian Solidarity Collective, to help combat against the rising harassment and violence towards the community. The SD API Coalition alerted the San Diego community that the San Diego City Human Relations Commission has not been active since last year. Nathan Fletcher and San Diego County announced the revival of its Human Relations Commission, in which the SD API Coalition brought attention to the lack of API representation in their proposal of 31 representatives. Thereafter, the SD API Coalition facilitated in the search for an Asian representative for a seat on the HRC and spoke out for fair representation on the board. This May, SD API Coalition worked with Council President Georgette Gomez and Council Member Monica Montgomery to introduce to the City of San Diego a resolution addressing the increasing racist incidents against the API community. The resolution proposed that the City of San Diego document and report hate crimes through the Stop API Hate Reporting Center as part of a national effort of combating anti-API discrimination, and use the information reported to create targeted education and media campaigns, provide resources to those affected, and advocate for policies to curb racial targeting as well as to address health inequities. If you can visit this website to report any incidents of API hate at pacarts.org/stopapihate. Thank you all for standing with us, and we'll make sure that we can stand with you too. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Carmela, for sharing the info. If your organization is interested, again, in joining the SD API Coalition, please make sure to get in touch with them via PAC Arts Movement. Also to report, again, any COVID-19 related anti-Asian racism, please visit the Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council's website. And Grace will post this link onto the Zoom chat for everyone else to see.
All right, now we will be showing a video by Naisha Green Washington, founder of the March for Black Women San Diego and co-organizer of Black Lives Matter San Diego.
Hi everyone, my name is Naisha. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am the founder of March for Black Women San Diego and one of the organizers for the Black Lives Matter San Diego chapter. And I'm here to just say that we wholeheartedly stand with Asian Solidarity Collective's Portal to Liberation campaign and all of their demands. We envision a world with no police and prisons and the end to deportation of all oppressed peoples who have fled from their homes due to United States imperialist violence, and then only to be met with the same violence in a place that claims to protect them when they seek asylum. White supremacy has forced a divide between our two communities using anti-Black racism and propaganda because they know that we're unstoppable when we are united. Let's not continue to give into that narrative anymore. We must stop playing the oppression Olympics, which destabilizes movements. Our oppression may not look the same, but our oppressor is the same. So let's always remember that our freedoms are bound up with each other. BLM San Diego and March for Black Women support this caravan led by ASC and all actions calling for the anti-police state against all oppressed peoples here on stolen land. The revolution is here, y'all. Defund the police is not just a cute slogan. It is the strategy, and abolishing the police is the goal. And lastly, I kind of just want to leave y'all with a quote from Assata Shakur's autobiography. And she states, any community seriously concerned with its own freedom has to be concerned about other people's freedom as well. The victory of oppressed people anywhere in the world is a victory for Black people. Each time one of imperialism's tentacle is cut off, we are closer to liberation. Ashe, y'all.
Thank you, Naisha, for sharing your powerful words with us. Next up, we have a video by Jennifer Chang. Jennifer is a director and actor and educator. She currently is on faculty at UCSD Department of Theater and Dance and serves as head of undergraduate acting.
Passing It On by Yuri Kochiyama. Introduction. I was born Mary Yuriko Nakahara on May 19, 1921, and raised in San Pedro, California, a predominantly white working-class neighborhood. Aside from my twin brother Pete, I also had an older brother Arthur, whom we called Art. My parents were Issei, first-generation Japanese, so our home life was traditional in that we spoke Japanese and ate Japanese food, and were expected to behave as proper Japanese children. Outside our home, though, I was very much an all-American girl. As a teenager and young adult, I volunteered at the YWCA, the Girl Scouts, and the Homer Toberman Settlement House that served the Mexican community in San Pedro. I taught arts and crafts, tennis, first aid to teenagers at the Red Cross, and Sunday school at my local Presbyterian church. The day Pearl Harbor was bombed, December 7, 1941, changed all of our lives. Every American of whatever background was affected. Before the war, I was seeing America with American eyes. What happened to Japanese Americans after Pearl Harbor made me see the world in America with entirely new eyes. Japanese American eyes. In many ways, this marked the beginning of my political awakening and development. What follows are my memories, reflections, and beliefs about some of the major events of my life, people I have encountered, and movements I have supported and been involved in. Although I focus mainly on the many people I have encountered, befriended, and learned from since I left San Pedro, my political convictions had already taken root while growing up in San Pedro, in my hometown. I must admit that my passion and zeal to address human and social injustices were already taking shape within me as a young girl. As much as I enjoyed growing up in a friendly, cosmopolitan small town, I needed to leave it and grow up, open myself to new ideas, meet new people, learn from life's experiences. My provincial mentality and apolitical ideas needed to change and develop. I needed to leave San Pedro in order to enlarge my worldview so that the people and encounters I speak of could become the primary sources from which my political ideas and philosophy have grown. My family found something I wrote long ago as a teenager. While my religious and political beliefs have changed quite a bit since 1939, my basic personal values and philosophy of life have remained the same. My creed 22. What type of person I was, am, or become, or whatever others think of me, I hope to live by this one creed that which not I alone, but all others I have ever come in contact with, formulated for me. I say others because I am only a part of all I have met. The creed is this: to live a life without losing faith in God, my fellow men, and my country, to never sever the ties between any institution or organization that I have been a small part, to never break one link of friendship, regardless of the time or distance that separates me from that friend, even if that friendship is only a memory stored away in my heart and mind. To never humiliate or look down on any person, group, creed, religion, nationality, race, employment, or station in life, but rather to respect. To always keep in mind that any opportunities, achievement, or happiness I have had, I owe to someone else. To be grateful for whatever has come my way through the aid of another. To repay every kindness, but should such a circumstance not arise, to pass it on to someone else. To love everyone, to never know the meaning of hate or have one enemy. An enemy to me is only created in one's mind. Should another dislike me or hate me because of some of my weaknesses, my actions, or what I have said, or how I have felt, or through prejudice, I will accept it without resentment. But all the while, I will do all in my personality to better my ways and make myself acceptable. To stay on the same side of the track as whoever I am with, but still live within the limits of my own ideals. Regardless of whether my actions seem wrong in the eyes of society, I will do that which I am doing as long as I am not infringing on the happiness of another, hurting another, and as long as I can look at myself without feeling ashamed. To never harbor a feeling that someone has been unfair to me, but rather to feel in such a case that I deserved it. To take every disappointment, disillusion, sorrow, and grief as a part of life. To never expect another to be indebted to help me. But should I be able to help anyone, to be grateful that I could be of use. To give the advantage, but never to ask for it. To be strict with myself, but not with others. To be humble enough to stoop to any degree as long as it is in service for another. This creed that people and experience have made for me, I will sincerely try to keep. For if I fail even one portion of it, and although it will be unknown to them, I will be failing not only myself, but those who are the living part of this creed. And this creed I call 22. It is my philosophy of life. Dear Heavenly Father, help me live it. Mary Nakahara, 1939, age 18.
All right, thank you, Jennifer.
We are headed to the mayor's. Before we play our next video, let's do a quick check-in with our ASC members. Michelle, are you there? How are things looking for your point of view?
Hi. Doing awesome. Just following along. I think I'm like car number 6 or 7.
We're about to switch lanes over here. Well, no, we're not. Staying on this right lane. Candy, car number 3. We're gonna get word on the passing through. We're heading over next to the mayor's house. But Miss Vicky, what's the alert over there? Do you know? Car number 2. I can't see the text. You try to take
Shall we, car number 4, we're on the freeway 163 south, just past the 805. So we're on our way to the mayor house. Yes!
Are we making some noise at the mayor's house?
Oh yeah, we're gonna make some fucking noise.
That's the whole purpose. Make him hear it.
Do a little dance.
Where's the last car? Car number 8 and 7.
Hey, it's car number 8. This is Cisco. We're over here at the 163 about to turn left. We're keeping the line tight. Let's make some noise.
How many cars you see in front of you, car number 8?
Careful, you guys. There's something in the road. Something in the road. Careful up ahead. Approaching fires.
Oh shit. That wasn't there when we passed by.
Yeah, I was like, the back of a truck fell out, so be careful on the right.
Oh shoot. It's Vicky. Car number 2. What's the word on the alert? Because I can't see my text while I'm driving. What's going on at the mayor's house? Car 0.
We're still on the 163 towards the mayor's house.
Yeah. What are we getting an alert over there with our scout? How's everyone doing over there? Why is it so quiet? Make some noise. Get on mic. Everybody get on mic. There you go. Jamie! I see you. Hi, Jamie.
Hey.
I fucking
Who is
love
this?
you.
I'm on the, oh, hey, Candy. I'm on the phone, so it's hard to see in here. We're out here at the census event.
Oh, we're about to get on the 8 over here.
Are you driving?
Yep, I'm driving.
Ah, shit. Look at there.
We're about to go to the mayor's house. Where you at?
In the hood. Are you going to the mayor's house?
Yep.
That's good. Tell him I said hi. Tell him I said
If you
any
jump in
gang
the car right now,
enhancement.
Jamie, you can catch us. Go to the mayor
All
house.
right. I have to head over.
Right now.
I can't because I have to take hand sanitizer over to 4-5. They need hand sanitizer.
Okay.
Are you guys? Where are you guys at right now?
We're behind schedule about like 30 minutes. Just an FYI.
Oh. Okay.
So
okay.
Yeah, Grace is on the program. She'll hit you up when it's your turn. So we're about.
Okay.
We're a little bit behind schedule.
Okay. Then should I just go ahead and take? Is it behind schedule? Like I can drive about 20 minutes?
Yeah, you can drive about 20 minutes. Stay on mute, and then Grace will call you.
Okay. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do then. Okay,
Thanks,
let me go get these guys their stuff. You're welcome. I'll talk to you in just a little bit.
Okay, love you.
Okay, wait. Look at census event. Census event. Say hi, guys.
What's up with it? What's up? I'm trying to drive and look at y'all at the same time. It's so bad.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, no accidents.
I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I just got a Zoom account, so I'm.
What?
I just. I'm so old.
Oh,
Hold on.
no.
Okay,
I feel you though.
so I'm gonna disconnect, and then you guys are gonna I'll keep this in my ear, and then you let me know when I'm coming up. That's what happens, or do I just completely
Grace will message you on the chat when you're up, or just
okay.
stay on mute.
Okay,
And they'll
great.
call on you. All right.
Okay, love you guys.
Okay. Love you.
Okay, next we are going to play a video by a powerhouse attorney and organizer here in San Diego, Michelle Woodson. Michelle is executive director and managing attorney for Think Dignity, a local homeless advocacy agency and a passionate advocate for criminal justice reform, transformative justice, and the power of investing in our people.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Woodson, and I'm the Executive Director and Managing Attorney for Think Dignity, a local homeless advocacy agency here in San Diego. In both my personal and professional life, I've had the unique privilege of witnessing the resilience of people most impacted by the criminal justice system. Not too long ago, I represented a client who was repeatedly arrested for sleeping. Arrested for sleeping on the sidewalk, arrested for sleeping on the street, arrested for sleeping in his car. During the course of my representation, he was arrested 2 additional times. On the day of our court appearance, he had just been released from custody, and I took him back to my office to give him food, clothes, and hygiene items. He also took a quick nap. When I gently woke him up so that we could head to court, he was so startled that he jumped up in a panic. On our way to court, he apologized profusely for the way that he reacted when I woke him up. He stated that it was because the past couple of times that he had been woken up, it was by a police officer, the same police officer that would arrest him for sleeping. He also shared with me that the second time he was incarcerated during the course of my representation, he attempted suicide because he felt that it was a better option than continuing to be criminalized for simply living. During this time, it was raining heavily in San Diego, so much so that one of our bridge shelters had flooded out. For hours, I called every homeless providing agency I knew and could not find one place to shelter him. This is what I do for a living, and I could not find one place to shelter him. After 3 hours of calling, I broke down in tears. Tears because as an attorney, I did everything I needed to do. I got him out of jail, and I was successful in getting all of his cases dismissed. And still, that was not enough. Tears because despite my efforts, the system was failing our people. Tears because this moment exemplified that the system was working exactly the way it was intended to. The system was designed to separate families, to diminish our spirits, and dehumanize our bodies. And yet, there are still people courageous enough to challenge systems of oppression and envision a world where we unapologetically call out injustice wherever it surfaces and are uncompromising in demanding basic human dignity. So yes, cry, get angry, feel outraged, but then allow that fire in your belly to compel you to move. Allow that tremble in your voice to always speak truth to power. Believe that your actions have the power to implement lasting, meaningful change, and witness the magic that happens when we trust in the power of our community. Stay vigilant and remain steady in standing on the side of liberation.
Thank you, Michelle, for all the information and all you do.
Okay, next we have Kim Moore, a co-founder of D.B. McClure Memorial Bail Fund and community organizer.
Good morning. I hope all of you are well. Can y'all hear me? Okay, my connection has been messing up, so forgive me if I freeze. I'm on the road with my homies from Asian Solidarity Collective, and we are on the way to the mayor's house because the mayor has to hear from us. But before I get into that, I've been asked to talk about defunding the police and abolition. And for those of you who don't know, abolition is rooted in abolishing the prison industrial complex. And it's a political vision with the goal of eliminating imprisonment, policing, abolish the police, and surveillance, and creating lasting alternatives to punishment and imprisonment, right? And that's not to say that folks who cause harm shouldn't receive consequences, but it's to say that folks who cause harm should not receive punitive punishment that traps them in cages. Earlier today, we heard from the homie Malcolm from Pillars of the Community, where he talked about, people being imprisoned are treated like animals. They are locked away in cages. No human being deserves to be in a cage. No human being should be caged. But abolition is also about abolishing the conditions that create these systems and allow them to exist. We have to put an end to poverty, which is actually the root cause of a lot of the symptoms that we see happening in our communities. And so the mandate is for us to not only abolish prisons, but abolish surveillance, mass surveillance that we're seeing happening even right now. We've learned with this current uprising that police have been able to identify protesters via street light cameras and all these other tools that they use to surveil our people. We need to abolish policing. We have all that we need to keep each other safe. The only reason why we can't put that into practical application is because we're not funded. How do we expect for those people who look like me and others to respond to calls about mental health crises if there's no money to do that, if there's no money to put forth to do that? Because that's also labor, and we deserve to be paid for that. We deserve to be funded. We deserve to have our own mobile units so that we can respond to crises in our cities. And that's something that we've been meeting about so that we can build. I'm invested in building a world without police because we don't need them, because our people deserve better. Because when somebody is experiencing a mental health crisis, they deserve to be treated with love and care. They do not deserve to be met with guns. Why the hell do we have police officers responding to people who are suicidal? That is the worst thing we could ever do. Dedicated clinicians, people who have actually gone to school and who are licensed to respond and de-escalate situations like that are the individuals who should be responding to those kind of calls. We do not need police. There's been a world without police. Police were created just like whiteness, right? This is not something that we need. Just like we've lived in a world without ICE before, we could live in that kind of world again. But the question is, do you want to live in that kind of world? Do you want to be invested in creating safety among your people? And if the answer to that is yes, then you need radical imagination. It is time for us to dream. That is what our elders and ancestors have asked of us. Shout out to Ruth Wilson Gilmore. Shout out to Angela Davis. Shout out to Charlene Carruthers. These are just some abolitionists of our time that are still living, that are calling on us to have radical imagination in this time and dream of a better world. Because this world, the one that we're currently living in, it's not it. It is not it. Not when police can bust up in your home while you are sleeping and shoot you to death. And then arrest your partner for defending you and try to cast him away and lock him up in a cage. That is not the kind of world that I want to live in. I want to live in a world where we are free, where we can walk out of our homes without the fear of being arrested, without the fear of being gunned down, where Black people can do things that every other race does without being policed. Somebody on Twitter tweeted a month ago or so, abolish police. And when we say abolish police, we also mean abolish the cop in your head and in your heart. And what they meant
Anyone still there? I have no idea what happened. Does anyone hear me? Am I the only
Yes.
one on mic?
No, Kim's video froze and she dropped off. So we missed her powerful last statements.
5 cars back, we're at a stoplight.
But thank you, Kim. Oh, oh.
Let's see if Kim will call back in.
That was so good too. And she was just like getting to that tip right there. It was so good. Well, in the meantime, we're
She's coming in.
Hopefully we'll catch up with you guys up ahead. Michelle.
Kim, you were just saying abolish the cop in your head and your heart, and then we dropped you. So continue on, sis.
Sorry about that, fam. So yes, abolish the cop in your head and your heart. And what that means is cease the way that you police people, their identities, their religion, the way they move through their communities, the way they move in this world. We have an obligation to end the way that we too police folks, and that's internalized. But if we truly want to be invested in a better world, because we know that this world is not it, not when we can be killed in our homes, in our beds while we're sleeping, and our partners be arrested for defending our lives. This is not the world that we should be living in. This is not the world we deserve. We deserve something so much more, so much better than this. And that can only come with our imagination. We have to dream of something better. We have to want something better. We have to believe that there is more for us than what this world has given us. We've lived in a world without police before, not actually me, but you know, our ancestors have. We have lived in a world without ICE, and that is actually me. That's many of you. We were here before ICE was created, and we could be here long after ICE was created. And that also means we have to abolish, we must abolish and end the military industrial complex. Why? Because they are policing not only us, but people of overseas and across this world. They are creating refugees. People are flocking to our borders because of the crimes we have committed outside of the US. That has to stop. If we believe that everyone has the right to live their full lives, they can only do that in a world where prisons, police, surveillance does not exist. Because these are tools of white supremacy used to ensure our oppression. And we all have an obligation to divest. Divest from white supremacy, divest from the tools white supremacy uses, and invest in each other, invest in ourselves, love one another, do away with investing in the other, do away with casting all of your anger, your rage on the other. The other is who this nation gave us to hate so that we would not see or call attention to those in power who have continued to divide and conquer. Divest, redirect that energy where it actually belongs, and that is to white supremacy and those who are trying to rule this nation and the rest of the world via imperialism. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. We would like to shout out DDD McClure Memorial Bail Fund for the love and support for the community. The bail fund number is 619-356-8833. Again, 619-356-8833. Thank you so much.
Now we will be showing a video by one and only Christina Griffin, a fierce leader with Black Lives Matter San Diego and March for Black Women San Diego.
My name is Christina. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm representing March for Black Women San Diego, Black Lives Matter San Diego, and We Got San Diego. I'm here today to express all three of those organizations and all my capacities and how I show up in those organizations, support for today's car caravan, and also to express our support in the ongoing campaign that is called the Portal to Liberation. This action today and our commitment to moving together in solidarity in the future continued commitment. It reminds me of a really favorite quote of mine from Fred Hampton. It goes, we don't fight fire with fire. You know, water is best. And we don't fight racism with racism. We fight it with solidarity. That is what it's going to take to move through this portal to liberation. Through this portal that's taken us to the new from the old. I'm preaching to the choir because y'all know what the old is. The old is Black trans women being killed out here and nobody saying or doing shit. The old is anti-Black racism everywhere, from jobs to healthcare to renting. The old way is Black folks being killed in the street with no justice. The old way is folks dying of COVID-19. The old way is folks being isolated and being just taught that policing and police is the only way to keep our community safe. But y'all know what? We know that the new is better. The new Black trans women are trusted and believed. Folks with disabilities are centered and cared about. Folks are like anti-Black racism is shaken up, and folks don't hate themselves because they are Black, and folks don't experience racism or terror because they are Black. And like there are no prisons and there are no cops in the new either. And I'm excited about that new. I'm excited about that journey to liberation, that portal, right, to liberation that we're on together. And I also want to affirm all of us that while this will be a long journey, right, that we have one another. Because I'm also reminded of my favorite quote by Lila Watson. If you've come here because you feel sorry for me, then leave, you're wasting your time. But if you come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then stay and let us work together. Y'all, our liberation is bound up with each other, and we must center those who have gotten treated the worst in the old ways, so that they can lead and help to make sure that we don't dismantle and tear down the master's house only to rebuild that same shit up with his tools. I'm so excited on this beginning. And I want to encourage folks that we're going to be doing it together because like Brother Fred Hampton said, we don't fight fire with fire. Water is best. And we're going to shut all this shit down with solidarity and centering and trusting the leadership of Black folks. So another shout out to San Diego Asian community for coming together to show this big love in this way, and for lifting up the stories of your community and the ways in which anti-Black racism has harmed you all as well. And know that Black folks gonna keep doing what we're doing and showing up. And we thank you for your continued solidarity too.
Thank you, Christina. Next, we have a video performance by Kendrick Dial, the frontman of the award-winning band, the Lyrical Group. Kendrick is also a therapist intern, creative consultant, coach, and trainer for social workers. He's a teaching artist with the Old Globe, performed in La Jolla Playhouse Pop Tour, and poet with BK Soul.
Guess this is a good day. When we march, y'all man, we sit down, y'all man, we speak up, y'all man. When we die outside, when we march, y'all man, we sit down, y'all man, we speak up, y'all man. When we die outside, the year was 2020, a year so unlike many. The ups and downs that came around in such a tiny time span. It's enough to blow your mind, man. But here we go again, another brother 100, and he was just running. But don't you dare lie, cause the beat's not funny. Could have been my friend, could have been my homie, could have been my family, the whole hood, hot damn. The pain and loss and grief, I'm seeing us slain in these streets when we protesting for peace. So I can walk and I can breathe. Hey! Simply wear my hoodie, no system trying to bully. Let me run and simply be, and I get profiled on these streets. All suspects don't look like me. How we prisoners when we free? Feel like no life in liberty. Seems like we can't get no peace. Well, ain't that a pity? I hope y'all really can't live like this. We march, y'all mad. We sit down, y'all mad. We speak up, y'all mad. But when we die outside, when we march, y'all mad. We sit down, y'all mad. We speak up, y'all mad. But when we die outside, I ain't playing with y'all. Oh no, hell no. I ain't playing with y'all. Oh no, hell no. I ain't playing with y'all. Oh no, hell no. I ain't playing with y'all. An enemy has returned. Another morning with quarantine. Still my skin's a misdemeanor. All the various shades, I mean, whatever you could have dreamed of. But now we back. Watch my tag, I ain't even brought up you little funky redheads. How did I say you got the same qualifications? So for Becky, Susan, Karen, get off your phone, mind your business. Just go back home, wash your own dishes, fix your own mess. You got a whole glass sitting. Yet and still, we can't even feel our feelings, cause whenever you come around, black folks at home. When we march, we sit down, we speak up, but when we die outside, we march, we sit down, we speak up, but when we die outside, we march, y'all mad, we sit down, y'all mad, we speak up, y'all mad, but when we die outside, when we march, y'all mad, we sit down, y'all mad, we speak up, but when we die outside, I ain't playing with y'all, oh no, hell no. I ain't playing with y'all, oh no, hell no. I ain't playing with y'all, oh no, hell no. I ain't playing with y'all, oh no, hell no.
That was such a moving performance. Thank you, Kendrick.
All right, now we are going to introduce Guerline M. Joseph. Guerline is a servant leader with a passion to serve her community, an activist, mother, sister, niece, and wife. Ms. Joseph dedicates her life to bring awareness to issues that affect us all locally and globally, such as immigration, socioeconomic and racial justice, domestic violence, child sexual abuse. She is a co-funder and executive director of the Haitian Bridge Alliance and the Black Immigrants Bail Fund.
Good morning, San Diego. I don't know if you can hear me. Good morning, Agent Solidarity Collective.
Good morning, Guerline. Thank you.
Thank you for having us. It is really an honor to be part of this amazing collaboration as we continue this fight for liberation for all of our people. My name is Guerline Joseph. I am a co-founder and executive director of the Haitian Bridge Alliance and the Black Immigrants Bail Fund. We exist because there are a need in time of crisis so that we can answer the call to serve, the call to advocate, the call to organize, the call to abolish the system that continues to imprison, continues to abuse, continues to enslave our bodies and our minds, because we say enough is enough. As a Black immigrant from Haiti myself, it is only fitting for me to uplift the voices of the Chinese Expulsion Act, of the Japanese encampment, where we see the continued systematic racism upon which this country has been built. I don't have to say much because all those amazing speakers who came before me and those videos you just saw the artistic way that people are expressing themselves to say that there needs to be a change. There needs to be a change at the very foundation of who we are, starting with me, starting with you, our communities, making sure that together we create a different idea, a different lifestyle, different opportunities so that people can come together. So today, the Haitian community, the Black immigrants community, the Black African American community, in all that we are, shade, wave, and form, we stand in solidarity with the Asian Solidarity Collective so that we continue the fight. Understanding that our collective freedom, our collective liberation are tied together. Understanding that it's time that we dismantle the police, that we dismantle ICE, which are one and the same. Understanding that our communities are being over-policed, from slavery to Jim Crow to the immigration and criminal prison system. We see that our community members are being abused and mistreated. We see and we watch on TV how life is being taken out of George Floyd. We witnessed how Amadou Diallo was gunned down in New York. We witnessed how people who just happen to be Black are being treated. So for me as a Black immigrant, my reality is that a citizenship, an immigration status does not protect me in my Black skin. That is my reality. And when we look at our LGBTQ AI plus community members, when we see this year alone how many trans women, Black trans women have been killed, when we understand, when we put people in cages, depriving them of the very liberty, when they are running from extreme pain, coming and asking for asylum right here at the border in San Diego, only to be turned away, only to be put in prison. And if you are a Black immigrant, you will be getting a $50,000 bond. That is the reality, and that is the system that continues to oppress and kill our people. That needs to be dismantled from the top to bottom, from the bottom to the top. Enough is enough. Until one day we can say that we are free at last. Oh God Almighty, we are free at last. We have to continue to come together. We have to continue to make sure that Black lives matter. Because once we realize and we agree and accept and recognize that Black lives matter, all lives will be falling into that. Understanding that as a country, as a people, the freedom that we aspire to have, if the Black community is not free, none of us can be free. And that is the reality. And that is why we continue this movement for liberation, for freedom, for justice, for equality, for equity, and most of us, for love. Because love conquers. So we are asking the world, we are asking San Diego, from the residents to the mayors to the elected officials, to stand on behalf of what is right, to create that idea that we can make this place a better place to be, to eradicate, completely eradicate racism, anti-Blackness in ourselves, in our community, in our homes, in our family, so that we can be stronger together. Thank you so much for having me.
democratic arts movement, Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association San Diego, among many other cultural, educational, and philanthropic organizations locally in San Diego and internationally. Ready?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me as a part of this caravan. I'm really honored as an educator to be granted this opportunity to share this information with you all as you travel from Point Loma to downtown San Diego. I'm here to describe the often overlooked and misunderstood API history of downtown San Diego and of API immigration into the US as a whole. As you're traveling south into downtown, imagine the coast of San Diego Bay being much closer. Imagine the convention center and the green line of the trolley being underwater. This is what it would have looked like in the late 1880s. Dirt roads, direct access to the bay, and wooden buildings, not like the downtown we see today. The first major wave of APIs from predominantly East Asia immigrated into the US during the 1800s due to varying issues in their motherlands, including war, famine, and political and religious turmoil. In parallel with these global issues, USA at the time was in the midst of its own manifest destiny to settle the land from coast to coast by, unfortunately, any means necessary. This means that what is now downtown San Diego, an unsettled area with direct access to San Diego Bay, would rapidly develop and be added to San Diego's settlement. The area where the Gaslamp Quarter is today was known as the Stingery District by the 1890s. The word stingery was a slang term at the time for the word stingray. The phrase at the time was, "Don't go to the Stingery District, that is south of Market Street. You'll be stung by stingrays in the water or stung by all the vices and evils that live down there." This district was an area reserved for fishing, a port of call for sailors, gambling, prostitution, saloons, and opium dens. Included in this area was also the root of San Diego's Chinatown. When Chinese laborers first arrived in San Diego by way of being fishing, railroad labor, or mining, these men were actually only allowed to live and work in this dangerous area known as the Stingery. Therefore, the phrase referring to the, quote, evils that live here would also refer to all the people of color who are essentially forced to survive down here in downtown. The word Chinatown is referring to a place that is often depicted in mainstream media as exoticized neighborhoods to visit in major cities where Chinese immigration takes place. In the USA, Chinatown served as ethnic islands to contain Chinese immigrants initially, and then many other API populations all grouped together. For downtown San Diego, the border that API were not allowed to cross is again Market Street. This contained APIs and POCs into an area bounded by the close tides of San Diego Bay to the south and Market Street to the north. The map that you see on your screen depicts street blocks south of Market that run up right against San Diego Bay. Imagine hundreds of people living and working in cramped quarters in small buildings with just 3 to 4 city blocks of space. The Stingery, like many Chinatowns nationwide, also served as a tourist destination, a way to, quote, experience the Orient without crossing the Pacific Ocean. This exotic tourism was deemed as a necessity for economic survival of the growing populations of the APIs who lived here. Therefore, when you go into downtown, if you look closely, there is a distinct contrast in the period architecture between the oldest buildings of downtown directly north and south of Market Street. Buildings inhabited by APIs on 3rd, 4th, and 5th Avenues, for example, are often only 1 to 2 stories tall with plain facades and simple windowsill decorations. An overwhelming majority of these buildings with API history are actually no longer standing because they were made of wood and eventually torn down to be replaced by brick buildings. North of Market Street, however, you will find many more brick buildings that are 3 to 6 stories high with decorated facades, flagpole designations, and more superficial architectural details. These buildings have experienced continued upkeep and their historic roots are better preserved in comparison. Families of the original API inhabitants of the Stingery District can trace their family histories, often to the labor their ancestors performed, including farming, mining, fishing, and so much more. At the peak of San Diego's Chinatown in the 1920s, over 100 Chinese laundries were open and operated by Chinese people from 2nd Avenue to 22nd Avenue, almost all of them south of Market Street. Even with the growing inclusion of API labor into the American industrial economy, discriminatory national, state, and local legislation from as early as 1790 was enacted to hinder and prevent API immigrants from becoming naturalized citizens, from participating in industries founded on the backs of APIs, and from even immigrating to the US in the first place, such as the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. This leaves the APIs who are already living here with even more barriers to survival in their own communities. Eventually, the people of San Diego's Stingery district would experience generations of racism, with World War II's internment of Japanese Americans as one major example from the 20th century. San Diego's role as a port for many branches of the US military pushed San Diego to be part of the continental US's suburbanization of vast areas of lands attached to growing urban centers. Neighborhoods and cities developed north and south of downtown due to the growth of military presence and lack of housing directly in downtown. Some of the areas with rapid development during this post-World War II time include Claremont Mesa to the north and National City to the south as examples. Finally, descendants of these APIs who inhabited the Stingery district would be able to move their families and businesses out of downtown by the 1970s and on. Why would they move? Well, the children and grandchildren of these people experienced almost 100 years of living in a, quote, dangerous part of San Diego. Many grew so weary and sought better living conditions and a more traditional suburban experience adjacent to downtown instead. Even so, barriers like real estate development covenants explicitly stating properties could not be sold to people who were, quote, not belonging to the Caucasian race were in effect in many of these new suburban areas. This led to significant people, including Tom Hom, who worked as a real estate agent in the 1970s, who had to walk families up and down certain streets to ask permission from all of the neighbors to sign off on a voucher so that an API family could purchase a home that was on sale on their street because a racial covenant was part of the building of that neighborhood. The API exodus from downtown is understandable when we consider their experiences with discrimination and adversity over so many decades. Today, with the Gaslamp Quarter being once again frozen into a themed tourist destination, the San Diego API history of this neighborhood is hard to find and also difficult to accurately recall as time goes on. Less people are asked to speak on this area, and finally, less people remember these stories. My hope is that this historical information inspires you to look deeper into the history of places and neighborhoods. There is untold history everywhere because history is often told from the perspective of the winners. APIs have been here for hundreds of years, and their stories will help us shape the future as long as we continue telling them. All of our stories need to be heard, preserved, and honored. Thank you so much, and please be safe out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that history with us. I feel like a lot of people don't know that history, not even some Asian Americans.
Yes, again, this is Captain Day. She is a non-incumbent professional educator and community volunteer and planner supporting the Pacific Arts Movement, Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association San Diego, among many other cultural, educational, and philanthropic organizations locally in San Diego and internationally.
This next video features two of BK Soul's performers, Siobhan Carreño and Dr. Jessie Mills. Siobhan is a trained jazz vocalist who has been performing since the age of 11. She is an advocate for the autistic community through education and coaching and is currently pursuing her master's in public health. Jessie is an associate professor of ethnic studies at USD and with BLM San Diego. His teaching, research, artistic, and community work focuses on Black studies, immigration and refugee studies, social movements, indigenous decolonization, and anti-racist philanthropy. An excerpt from a 2016 performance at the San Diego Fringe Festival This is Read All About It by Emily Sondé.
Come on, Queen.
You've got the words to change a nation, but you're biting your tongue. You've spent a lifetime stuck in silence, afraid you'll say something wrong. If no one ever hears it, how we gonna learn the song? So come on, come on, come on, come on.
You've got a heart as loud as lion, so I let your voice be tamed. Maybe we're a little different, there's no need to be ashamed. You've got the light to fight the shadows, so stop hiding it away. Come on, come on.
I wanna scream, I wanna shout, I wanna sing till the words cry out. Put it in all of the papers, I'm not afraid. They can read all about it, read all about it. Oh, 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 oh,
At night we're waking up the neighbors as we sing away the blues, making sure that they remember, yeah, we all matter too. And if the truth has been forbidden, then we're breaking all the rules. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
let's get the TV and the radio to play our tune again. It's about time we got some airplay of our version of events. There's no need to be afraid. I'll sing with you, my friend. Come on, come on. I wanna sing, I wanna shout, I wanna scream till the words cry out. So put it in all of the papers, I'm not afraid. They can read all about it, read all about it. Oh, 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 oh,
Wonderful people. So when did we all get so fearful? Now we're finally finding our voices. So take a chance, come help me sing them.
yeah, we're all wonderful, wonderful people. So when did we all get so fearful? And now we're finally finding our voices. So take a chance, come help me sing it. I wanna sing,
I wanna shout,
I wanna scream till the words cry out. So put it in all of the papers, I'm not afraid. They can read all about it, read all about it.
I'm not afraid to carry all about you. Read all about you. Oh. That was so beautiful, truly, truly beautiful. Thank you for sharing this beautiful performance with us. Now let's go check on our ASC members again on the field. Anyone still out there who want to share where they're at right now, what's going on? And team. We got Candy here on the bullhorn counting, and we got all the Karens looking at us.
Yo, I think I lost my voice, yo, because I've been screaming on my bullhorn like so much. Where's everybody at?
Hey y'all, it's car number 6 with Kevin, Christine, and Alejandra. Shout out to Maya and Mike for doing traffic control. They're
Yo, they were holding it down. I swear they were holding it down. I wanted to tear up passing them by.
There's Maya, traffic control.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Fuck the police.
Showing up for racial justice here. Surge has come through. Where are we at? Where's everybody at right now? Where's car number 8? Car number 8.
That's me. This is Suska. We're leaving the mayor's house. We got to the bottom of the hill at Rosecrans. And we got traffic control Mike over here if you want to see. There we are. Ooh,
thank you for holding it down.
Yes.
We're like an hour behind schedule, but we good. Thanks for Surge for holding it down. Car number 2, how you doing over there?
We're doing fine.
What about car number 5 and 6? Or 4?
We're doing fine. We're good. We're out here. And then my kids.
Oh, you see all the people up in the residential place. I see you all.
Car number 4, it's good. We're about to turn right on whatever that street is.
Hi, babies. I see ya. The people at their houses were confused. There were some folks, though, that came out with their signs to support. We're now passing by Liberty Station.
Bill. It feels good to disrupt on the white people houses.
They hella triggered.
Oh yeah. We should do some mic check. Yeah. Cool.
WNFC downtown San Diego.
Kenya, I would like to play a recording of a poem by a very own Asian Solidarity Collective board member, J.A. Wando Ramirez. Jojo is an indigenous queer refugee scholar from the Philippines. Love share is ghostly matter.
This
is a ghost story, not because it's about the past life of a person or an individual who is no longer with us today. On the contrary, this is a story about those beside you, those in front of you, those behind you, and those who break bread with you. No, it's not the image on the side of your eye, though it lives in the periphery. No, it's not something that moves objects around, but it does shake things up. No, it's not anything that scares you, though many are afraid of it. Like a phantom, you see it, but you see right through it. It's transparent. Though you see its face, its body, what it wears, you demand to see beyond it. This is a ghost story because those who stay in the margins are demanding to be in the center. This is a ghost story because those who create commotion often gets ignored. This is a ghost story because that which goes bump in the night are often that which has been brushed aside. A ghost story is a story about those in society that demands to be. Ghosts demand to be seen, demands to be heard, and many times demands to be justified. Just like specters, they can also be exorcised. They can be torn from the world that has already torn them apart. They can be deported, incarcerated, forced into harsh conditions, forced into unrewarding labor. Exorcism is the ritual that tears them apart. An exorcist is that which has power to dominate, to oppress, to other, to destroy, to kill. But don't be afraid of this ghost story. No, actually listen to it. Because ghost stories not only tell stories of what once were, but also what can be. When those in the margins, those who have been silenced, those who have been othered, those who have been oppressed, those who have been told not to exist come together, it is a haunting. This caravan, forms of activism that demand social change and social justice, is a haunting. Because you are scaring those who have sat back in comfort and demanded normalcy. A haunting causes discomfort. A haunting causes change. A haunting is later told by others as another ghost story. Remember, you are part of this ghost story. Go on. Haunting.
Wow, that gave me goosebumps. Thank you, Jojo, for sharing. Let's keep haunting.
Now introducing one of our live speakers, Lauren, pronouns she, her, hers, is a co-founder and board member of San Diego Capimera, and a queer first-generation Filipinx writer, performer, and activist, and part of Asian Solidarity Collective's political education committee members.
Hey y'all, can you hear me? Woo.
Yes, yes.
Yes. All right, well, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for inviting us. Like they said, I'm Lauren. I'm here with Capimera, which stands for the San Diego Queer, Asian, Pacific Islander, Middle Eastern, Desi American Coalition. We are so honored to be part of this movement and to show up here in solidarity with you to call for liberation for all. I first want to acknowledge those of us who can't be here today because of mass incarceration, deportation, genocide, war, colonization, US imperialism, and of course, racist police violence. These people, our families, cannot be with us today because of our violent and oppressive culture of police, prisons, and borders. The United States has a long history of criminalizing LGBTQ people. From sodomy laws to transphobic bathroom bills, unjust anti-LGBTQ laws have attempted to deny us our right to exist and force us to comply with oppressive, binary, heterosexist culture. But with or without these laws, police wield their power against our communities, especially against Black trans women. As queer people, I don't want us to forget the origin of the global pride movement. The Stonewall riots in 1969 were protests against police brutality and harassment of queer and trans people. And we owe our movement today to Marsha P. Johnson, to Sylvia Rivera, to Stormy DeLavery, to all of the Black trans women, the trans women of color, and trans people who resisted police violence against our communities. But the violence has not ended. LGBTQ people remain over-policed and overrepresented in prison populations. We're incarcerated at higher rates. We are held for longer sentences and are more likely to be put in solitary confinement, and we're more likely to be sexually assaulted in prison. The criminalization of homelessness, the racist and classist war on drugs, the criminalization of sex work, cash bail, all of these cogs in our carceral system are weapons used to sanction violence and imprisonment of queer and trans people of color. Policing and prisons are an attack on us, an attack on queer and trans people of color throughout this country who are poor and who are houseless, especially our queer youth who are more likely to experience homelessness. And the members of our LGBTQ community who bear the brunt of this carceral system are Black people, Black trans women. This oppression has deep roots. It goes beyond a few bad cops, and it will not be solved by representation. It will not be solved when more LGBTQ people have badges while millions of people are still in cages. And it will not be solved when uniformed officers march alongside queer people in our pride celebrations one day, then go back to business as usual in that exact same uniform as a tool of white supremacy, homophobia, and transphobia. It will not be solved by rainbow logos in June for corporations that benefit from and utilize prison labor and modern day slavery. It will only be solved when we abolish prisons, abolish police, abolish ICE, abolish this oppressive, racist, classist, heteropatriarchal system once and for all. It will only be solved with liberation when all and not some of us are free. A world free of policing, prisons, and borders is one that centers queer and trans people of color instead of marginalizing us. A world where Black lives don't just matter, they are sacred. A decolonized world that dismantles systems of white supremacy, capitalism, and imperialism, and instead invests in quality education, healthcare, and housing for all. Queer and trans people of color have the blueprint for this world. We have begun to build it outside of the system with our chosen families through community care and radical love. Let us build this borderless world together. Let us organize together, build relationships rooted in love and true solidarity toward a radical new future. This future will not seek to divide us between us and them. It will be inclusive, it will be just, and it will be non-binary. As Alexis Pauline Gum says, let's be hungry for after. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Lauren, for the powerful message. For more info, please check out Copy Meta. Lauren is also an Asian Solidarity Collective member who has been actively working with our political education committee, planning our monthly social solidarity series. Our upcoming COVID-19 API survey campaign launches will planning our upcoming Copy Meta and ASC collaboration on Asian accomplices series on uprooting anti-Blackness in our community starting this coming fall.
Moving on, we'll be playing a video by the Bond Twins, led by Karina Prosperation. Karina laid down an activist, organizer, and musician from Vista, California. Currently residing in San Diego, aka occupied the island.
How's it going out there, everyone? Where are you, Caravan?
We're downtown right now. We're downtown. We made it past the mayor's house. Whole lot of honking and shit. It was we're passing by East Street and now 10th Ave. So we're a little bit behind. But thanks to Kathleen for giving us the tour. And Lauren, that speech was so on point. Thank you for that as well. Beautiful. And I heard Gorleen the whole time. Thank you for all the messages and support and like dropping, you know, all the knowledge for our folks out there tuning in. Where's everyone else at?
Just past Broadway.
Behind this big red city bus.
Oh, there's a bus. Is it red? Look, a white bus behind me.
Hi, everyone. We're downtown on 10th, about to make a right on 5th Street. Oh, I'm sorry, we're on 10th and A.
Okay. You're in 10th and A?
Yeah, let's make some noise.
We're going to make a right on F right now. Where's everybody at? Number 7, I mean.
Hey, we're also at 10th and A right now.
Where's 4 and 5? 4 and 5, 5 or 6. Oh, car coming.
Number 4 right here.
What street are you on?
We're on 10 and approaching 8th Street.
Okay. Let's honk them horns, everybody.
Come on, come join us. Yeah.
Fuck the police! Where we at, everybody? Passing by Fifth Ave. They say get back, we say get back, they say get back, we say get back. Black Lives Matter. Go ahead, Piggy.
incarcerated. Pause.
We are on C Street.
Where's everybody at? I'm gonna pull over to the side.
C and Fifth. We just crossed Fifth.
Make a right on A.
We're heading towards B Street right now, passing by B Street.
We're on A and 8. Make a right on letter A. Black Lives Matter! Fuck the police! Fuck the police! Racist cops has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Racist cops has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Racist cops has got to go! Fuck the police! Whoops, sorry. And we don't get no justice, you don't get no peace. And we don't get no justice, you don't get no peace. And we don't get no justice, you don't get no peace. And we don't get no justice, you don't get no peace. Where's everybody at right now? My mic. We're moving on right now. We're on 8. Everybody else, you on mic? Oh, look at these nice fancy hotels that don't fucking house nobody except rich ass white fucking people. Come on now. Give it those hotels. Give it and house people. You fucking stealing shit. I'm stealing fucking mad. Fuck these hotels. Marriott shit. Housing for all now. What? Look at this downtown shit where you're displaced people. You don't feel proud of yourself? Oh, look at that, your nice $800,000 co-op homes over here. Your fucking $5,000 a month for your fucking 1-bedroom studio and shit. Fucking give up some housing over here. You got rich people living in these fancy places while people are home, have no house or houseless. Fucking colonizers! You fucking colonizers! Look up, they're out of their balcony. Look up to the right, they're out of their balcony. Oh, we're about to get on the freeway. Fuck the police! That's right, YG, right here. Fuck the police! All day, every day till we abolish the fucking police. And you fucking give up your fucking housing to people that need homes right now. You fucking rich ass colonizers, get the fuck out of your hotel right now. You imperialists. Sorry, I curse a lot. All right, we're gonna get in the freeway. Let me drive safely.
Where's everybody at? So quiet over here.
Just gone into the 163, heading over. Over.
Stopped on a light at 10. Light on 10.
We've got a small group of the caravan that's going down 5th towards the university.
Oh, you're in 5th and University? Can you take a pause more maybe? Wait for us? Or no? We're getting on to the 163 on our way over.
We meet at university? We're still headed towards the pride flag, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Or do you want to cut through? Are we behind? Are we behind? We're behind.
We got a group over here that's a little behind, but we might be in front of y'all.
Do we want to catch up to their next spot after, or do we want to go through?
Let's plan to meet by the flag.
All right, let's do that. Is the cars behind us all our caravan? Or I think we got a group of us. I don't know where everybody else went. Where's car number 8 and 7?
Hi, this is car number 8 and 7. We're up on 5th and A.
Okay.
And we're all caught up, ready to go to the pride flag. Let them know that intersectionality matters.
All right. We're on the 163, car 1, 2, and 3. Now we're switching lanes. Okay, we're switching lanes, everybody. Y'all tuning in? We're on the right lane on the 163. Grace, you still over there?
How's it going, family?
We're going. We got split up a little bit. Some of us are behind, but each of us got our own caravan with us.
All right, as you make your way over to Hillcrest, I'm going to go ahead and replay a couple of our videos from earlier, just for your listening and viewing power. So we're going to start with Kendrick Dow's video, and we'll go back to Joseph's text. So stay tuned.
I guess this is good.
When we march, y'all man, we sit down, y'all man, we speak up, y'all man. When we die outside, when we march, y'all man, we sit down, y'all man, we speak up, y'all man. When we die outside. The year was 2020, a year so unlike many. The ups and downs that came around in such a tiny time span. It's enough to blow your mind, man. But here we go again, another brother hunted, and he was just running. But don't you dare lie, cause the beat's not funny. Could've been my friend, could've been my homie, could've been my family, the whole hood, hot damn. The pain and loss loss and grief. I'm seeing us slain in these streets when we protesting for peace. So I can walk and I can breathe. Hey, simply wear my hoodie. No system trying to bully. Let me run and simply be. And I get profiled on these streets. All suspects don't look like me. How we prisoners when we free? Feel like no life and liberty. Seems like we can't get no peace. Well, ain't that a pity? I hope y'all really can't live like this. We march, y'all mad. We sit down, y'all mad. We speak up, y'all mad. But when we die outside, when we march, y'all mad. We sit down, y'all mad. We speak up, y'all mad. But when we die outside, I ain't playing with y'all. Oh no, hell no. I ain't playing with y'all. Oh no, hell no. I ain't playing with y'all. Oh no, hell no. I ain't playing with y'all. Enemy has returned. Another morning with quarantine. Still my skin is a mystery. All the various shades, I mean, whatever you could have dreamed of. But now we back. Watch my tag, I ain't even brought up you little funky redheads. So for Becky, Susan, Karen, get off your phone, mind your business. Just go back home, wash your own dishes, fix your own mess. You got a whole glass chilling. Yet and still, we can't even feel our feelings, cause whenever you come around, black folks stop. When we march, we sit down, we speak up, but when we die outside, we march, we sit down, we speak up, but when we die outside, we march, y'all mad, we sit down, y'all mad, we speak up, y'all mad, but when we die outside, when we march, y'all mad, we sit down, y'all mad, we speak up, but when we die outside, I ain't playing with y'all, oh no, hell no. I ain't playing with y'all, oh no, hell no. I ain't playing with y'all, oh no, hell no. I ain't playing with y'all, oh no, hell no.
Again, that was Kendrick Dial from Lyrical Groove and BK Soul. Kendrick is a phenomenal poet, actor, writer, father, friend, brother. We're lucky to have him in San Diego. We're going to go ahead and jump forward now to one of our speakers. Give me a second. I apologize. I cannot find Jamie's video bio. I'll go ahead and let Jamie go, and then we can.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm out here at a census event on Toyne and Market, so let me step away from the crowd really quick. Can you hear me still?
Yes, Jamie.
Okay. Okay. So while we're talking about mass incarceration, it's super important that we don't leave out one of the main ingredients in the fuel that feeds the fire of mass incarceration, and that is the gang injunctions, the gang enhancements, gang documentation, gang abatements that aren't really in effect anymore, but the gang injunctions took the place of the gang abatements. And these are things that it's just history repeating itself. These are it's modern day slave codes and the old Indian policies and what's being used today in place of those. So we have prisons full of men and some women too, who are doing more time on a gang enhancement than they are for their base end. Sometimes it's double and triple the time for the enhancements than it is for that. So when we're talking about mass incarceration, we need to talk about the discrimination of gang members, and that they're utilizing the word, the term gang member, just as they did savages for Native Americans, and it was slaves for Africans. They utilize that now to maintain social control. And as long as they maintain social control and they control the narrative over the masses and who implements the policies and the laws, then they're going to keep these gang enhancements, and they're going to keep people thinking that gang members are this entire different species of people who deserve a triple sentence for being nothing more than just a gang member. They're taking crimes of poverty and crimes of crimes within our neighborhood. There are crimes of poverty, and they're making them because they can, and that's the only thing they can use. They're utilizing it, and they're saying that it's for the benefit of the gang. And so that's something that we need to pay attention to. Society needs to stop doing. We need to stop buying into it. Our kids out here and our men out here are the same as any others, except for that we are living under the magnifying glass of an entire arm of law enforcement that paid a lot of money to incarcerate us, and it's legally justified to give these 10-year gang enhancements just for being a gang member, which in itself, it's not against the law. We have a constitutional right to be a member of a gang, and being a gang member and crime aren't synonymous with each other. Did I hit my time? I heard a bing. I'll keep talking. Let me know.
Keep going, sis. Keep going.
Okay. Well, so yeah, that's just what we're asking, is that shut that down. Shut that down. If you're one of those people who have that thought in the back of your mind and that you're saving our communities by incarcerating gang members, you're not. Those are our kids. Those are our husbands. Those are our fathers. Our communities are being stripped of men left and right, and for excessive amounts of time beyond what they should be. And it's traumatizing communities. So don't let the media or anybody else talk you into that you're doing something great for us by voting these votes in favor of criminalizing us, because it's not the truth. We're at a loss of men and children, and we just need to stop buying into it, because like I said, it's being used in the same way. The narrative is being used in the same way to maintain social control as it was 100 years ago, hundreds of years ago, to enforce slave codes and Indian policies. So I appreciate you guys having me on, and if you haven't hugged a gang member today, hug you a gang member today.
Jamie, thank you for
Love
being
you guys.
for taking time out of your work day to be with us as you're serving the community. We appreciate you. Jamie Wilson is an organizer at Pillars of the Community, a member of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, and has worked with numerous organizations in San Diego and throughout California on a number of issues. Her primary focus is ending the discrimination of documented gang members in the court system by ending gang documentation, gang enhancements, gang injunctions, and the existence of law enforcement units designated to incarcerating gang members. And you heard her. She asked us, let's go hug our gang member brothers and sisters. Thank you, Jamie. All right, Pebbles and Doom. Who do we have next?
I think we have Timmy too. I'd like to introduce you our next speaker, Timmy Tu. Timmy is a Vietnamese American psychologist who grew up and currently works in City Heights.
Hi, so my name is Timmy. I'm a Vietnamese psychologist who grew up in City Heights. Gonna talk a little bit on like the game environment and how it started out here in City Heights. So initially with Vietnamese Americans and Southeast Asians, we were a new group of immigrants over here who was placed in City Heights. So being a new immigrants trying to navigate and feeling like we're not Americanized again that much, and experiencing a lot of racism, and because we're not American enough, so we had to band together as a way to protect ourselves from the racism and the discriminations that we was experiencing. So that's how gangs kind of started. But because of it, that all these young Asians are joining gangs, the cops started to pay attention more to us, and started profiling us as kids, getting pulled over for just being Asians, right? And being young and not knowing that what our rights are, we're getting profiled, getting pictures taken, getting classified as gang members. So now the police are moving us towards mass incarcerations because now we're profiled as gang members. Whenever something happens, they can throw that gang enhancement on us and charge us and keep us in there for a long time. With that said, like, what ends up happening is me seeing a lot of my friends and family going into prison, spending a lot of time in prisons because of, things that they didn't know. They didn't know that they couldn't that they could tell the police, no, you can't take pictures of me or profile me like that, right? Or saying no to certain things. And, a lot of my friends, and once you're in the gang or in the prison systems, the police treat you like you're less than humans. And being less than humans gives them the right to do what they want to us, right? And that comes with the police brutality and the killings of, people of color by police. And that brings me to a friend of mine who passed away in 2016, Tom Soon Villasane. He was killed by the cops because he was labeled as a gang member, and no justice was done for him because of what he was labeled. And this is why it's so important for us as Asians to stand with Black Lives Matter. Because if Black lives doesn't matter to the cops, definitely Asian lives doesn't matter. What the white supremacist society is, their way of keeping us down is pitting us against other groups, right? So we're fighting for resources, fighting with other groups when what we need to do is stand in solidarity. And you still see it today, right? With Trump calling it China virus as a way to separate us from other groups, or, Kamala Harris not Black enough as a way for Blacks to not support Kamala. So you're seeing it every day how white supremacists is trying to separate us. And it's so important for us Asians to stand in solidarity with Blacks and other people of color. So thank you for letting me speak on this.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Timmy, for talking to us about Asian communities and your experience growing up in City Heights in San Diego. Next, we have a video from our very own Asian Solidarity Collective member, John Ree Tran, a Vietnamese local activist and organizer who fights against the racial and social injustice of anti-Blackness. In this video, John Ree announces our Asian Solidarity Collective's Take Action campaign launching on September 1st.
Asian Solidarity Collective is proud to announce our second campaign we are launching this coming September. The 2020 Take Action campaign aims to increase civic engagement within the San Diego Asian American community. We will mobilize the community to participate in the 2020 census and be educated on the 2020 November ballot propositions, with a focus on protecting the rights and the lives of BIPOC communities on issues of housing, affirmative action, education, voting rights, and mass incarceration. Join Asian Solidarity Collective as we take action.
Thank you, John Wee. Our next speaker is Shanika Lazo. Shanika is the chairperson of Anak Bayan San Diego, a Filipino youth and student organization fighting for genuine democracy and true liberation towards socialism in the Philippines. Shanika will share with us why we're in City Heights today.
Hi, my name is Shanika. Anak Bayan San Diego strongly condemns the San Diego County District Attorney's Office in their decision to clear the charges against San Diego police officers involved in 4 different shootings, the shootings of Dennis Carolino, Toby Diller, Keith Crenshaw, and Carlos Soto. Out of these 4 shootings, Kuya Dennis Carolino and Toby Diller died on the spot. Both of them were Filipino. Toby Diller, a fellow Filipino youth, was shot point blank while police had him pinned to the ground. Kuya Dennis Carolino was middle-aged when he was shot in the middle of a mental health crisis. His 70-year-old auntie, Tita Rose, called 911 for help, expecting the police from the City Heights precinct to help him take his medication and take him to the hospital if needed. Instead, they shot him 7 times in front of her in their own backyard. This Monday marks 1 year since Kuya Dennis's death. You can hear directly from Tita Rose tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the City Heights Performing Annex. Hear her story and join our rally. We, as Anak Bayan San Diego, demand that 1, the district attorney reinstate the charges against all killer cops, or the district attorney should resign. 2, defund the police, defund SDPD, fund social services, particularly mental health services. 3, fire, charge, arrest, and convict the killer cops responsible for Dennis Carolino, Toby Diller, Keith Crenshaw, and Carlos Soto's deaths. And 4, give indemnification for all families victimized by police brutality. Our tax dollars paid for the bullets that were shot into Kuya Dennis Carolino and Toby Diller. Recently, $566 million went to the San Diego Police Department instead of towards feeding the hungry, sheltering the houseless, caring for the sick, and protecting our frontline workers. The system is a monopoly capitalist institution that does not serve to protect us, but rather the lives and profits of the rich and the few. We demand that our tax dollars go towards serving the people, not brutalizing and murdering our communities, especially those who are houseless, mentally ill, Black and brown. As we collectively grieve and mourn the lives murdered by the US state, we find comfort in building a new world together. We are here for our purpose, to give life to our basic but revolutionary demand that the San Diego City, California state, and US national government take care of its people. Against a highly organized and violent state, we cannot fight as individuals. We must persevere and struggle together. We urge you to join an organization. It is up to us to make sure that this moment is not just fleeting. Join an organization that fights against racism and the violence that the US state inflicts on Black, brown, and indigenous peoples here and around the world. Oppose state fascism here and the imperialist violence that the US inflicts on places like Palestine and the Philippines. Join an organization. We need you to fight with us. Join us tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the City Heights Performing Annex to demand justice for Dennis Carolino, Toby Diller, Keith Crenshaw, Carlos Soto, and all victims of police brutality. The state may brutalize our bodies with their weapons, but they will never kill our fighting spirit. When we march in step and forge unity in our will and action, no amount of state violence can kill the people's movement. Victory is on the horizon. We can live in a just world where the people's needs are more than satisfied. We are here to wield our power because we, the people, are the true makers of history. Together, we can forge a new society that truly serves the people. Thank you. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Shanika. Sorry about the name, but next up we have our next video performance features our very own ASC core member, Dr. Grace, mother, wife, artist, scholar, organizer, mover, and director of BK Soul Performance Company. Her most recent work has been alongside Dr. Shamel Bell and the Global Dance Meditation for Black Liberation and Street Dance Activism Community. Maisha Rice Wilson began performing poetry with the Concrete Generation based on Charlotte, NC, where she was given the stage name Ocean. She placed fourth at the Women of the World National Poetry Slam in 2009 and has competed nationally with the two-time National Poetry Slam champions, Slam Charlotte and the 2011 Elevated.
There's not enough imagination to fathom the feeling of losing a child. The fruit of your womb, 6 feet in a grave, rotting instead of flourishing, decaying instead of maturing, ceasing instead of moving, their breaths becoming forever absent from this planet I can't imagine. Or wrap my heavy head around this nightmare that the media won't let me forget. All the fear and sadness, the anger and frustration, the questions are never ending, yet all the answers leave me thirsty for more. More than an excuse like stop your black on black crime, more than an apology or get over it, all lives matter, more than a skim through jaded history books for a resolution, because every day our children open eyes, face the sun with skin mirroring every shade of this planet. They wake up to a world where the odds are already stacked against them. They breathe the air of winds that reek of historical wounds that have never been healed. They walk with systematic oppression biting at their tiny ankles, and I always wonder, what can we do to vaccinate them? What truths do we hold on to? Which ones do we release to keep them from blindly existing? The war against injustice is real. And the anger behind the fight is real, but for some reason, we are being hushed, fettered to fear. We are given scraps of excuses and expected to be okay. Even in protest, we are chastised and judged while our offenders carry no remorse, but there is no solace in silence. Rioting is the voice of the unheard, so don't dodge the tough questions. Don't evade the subject at hand when it arises amongst your peers. Compliance just to keep the peace is artificial and exhausting. It is a learned surrender we must abandon. We shall no longer acquiesce while the acquisition of our culture and people rages on. The lioness in me is stirring. She is reacquainting with every primal instinct. All the lionesses are rallying at the blood of our cubs being aimlessly shed. We are hairs on the backs of our necks rise in preparation. The fight is alive. We unfold our bended knees, straighten our cowering spines into pillars. We sweep the tears across our cheekbones like wound paint and declare that the morning is over. We bend in solidarity. We be the front line against the barrage of bullets against brown bodies. The collective cries of every woman across this planet will be the sound that ripples beneath the surface of the ocean and splits this world in two. What beautiful destruction. Are you ready? Are they ready for the backlash?
This performance took place at the 2018 Black Women's March San Diego.
That was a great performance. Thank you, Maisha and Grace.
And now I'm extremely honored to introduce such a well-respected and loved community organizer here in San Diego. Tasha Williamson is a dynamic woman and celebrated activist, co-founder of Hotel Vouchers for All, co-founder of the San Diego Compassion Project.
Hi, everybody. We're here in the Caravan. I'm really, really thankful and proud of the Asian Solidarity Collective for putting this on and all those who supported them to do this. This is an amazing, amazing event. Thank you so much. I want to talk about Earl McNeil. If you guys all remember, in National City, we protested all of the injustice that happened to his family after his murder by National City Police. If you all remember, it was a sealed medical examiner's report that let the world know that Earl McNeil had been murdered by National City Police as well as the Sheriff's Department, that he was suffocated to death with 2 spit masks and his shirt as officers and deputies watched him die. It took 39 minutes from the first contact for them to murder him. Since then and before then, we have had a number of senseless wrongful deaths at the hands of the police departments across this county and in this nation. I'm asking you all to continue to rise up, to continue to fight, to continue to speak, to continue to have these caravans, because they mean something to us. They mean something to the lives that have been lost, the people who still suffer from that loss. We want you guys to know that what you are doing, whether you are making phone calls, whether you are voting, whether you are changing policy and procedures, or whether you are disrupting all that they do to keep these injustices and white power structures moving forward. We support you. We salute you. We honor you. And we want to make sure that they know that sooner or later, this whole system is going to be gutted. It's going to end. The reign that they know is going to cease to exist because we are rising. We are rising and we will keep rising. Please remember, another man was murdered July 9th, 2020 in City Heights. His name is Richard Price. We will be advancing with direct action soon. So please stay tuned to the pages. Make sure that you understand the propositions that people are talking about, because we need you to vote. We need you to make sure that you become a juror. We need you to stand up for those who have never had anyone to stand up for them, because these systems got to go. And these chiefs and these police and these judges and these district attorneys, they can go with them. We've had injustice long enough. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Peace. And we stand in solidarity with everyone, because no one's life matters until Black lives matter. We are tired of the suffering of all people, and we want all people to matter, but our lives have not. Thank you. Thank you very much. Love you guys.
Thank you so much, Tasha, for your knowledge and words.
Okay, we are heading to National City. National City has one of the largest Filipino communities in San Diego. 20% of the population in National City is Asian. 64% of the population is Latinx, and 5% is Black. Coming up next, we have Leon Lee, an artist, educator, and PhD candidate in ethnic studies from San Francisco.
Hey, what's going on? My name is Leon Lee, and I was asked to say a few words on my thoughts and personal experiences on the topic of policing. You know, growing up in San Francisco, from the Bayview Hunters Point district, it was kind of a common understanding amongst a lot of us there that the police are not our friends, that was a neighborhood that was subjected to policing. In fact, that's an area where you can call the police and the police won't even come, as has been the case recently with my elderly parents who still live there. You know, recently with the rise in anti-Asian crimes, they've been the victim of several attempted break-ins, and even for them, they understand that, you know, you can call the cops if you want to, but they're not going to come. And on the rare occasion that they do come, it'll be much after the fact to take down a report or something like that, right? For the most part, we understood that that was a neighborhood that was policed, which begs the bigger question: who does the police police in order to produce this illusion of protection, right? So needless to say, most of my interactions with police have not been very pleasant. In fact, I've been held at gunpoint multiple times by police. One time it was because me and my homie, who happened to be an African-American man, we fit the description of a robbery, apparently. Another time was because cops thought I was breaking into my own car. This was in a different neighborhood, but nonetheless, they thought I was breaking into my own car because the alarm went off and my key fob, the battery for my key fob had died. And another time was because I was speeding, right? And, you know, it doesn't escape me the fact that my Asianness may have had something to do with their decision to draw their weapons each of those times. And not just draw their weapons, right? To call for backup, to have an entire block full of cop cars with their weapons drawn as well, with me on my knees and, you know, with my hands up, right? Hoping they don't shoot, right? But it also doesn't escape me the fact that my Asianness may have had something to do with the decision not to shoot it, not to pull that trigger, as is often the case for our Black brothers and sisters and non-binary siblings, as we know is often the case for them. I'm one of the lucky ones. I know that sometimes folks frame it as a problem with police brutality, but as Dr. Dylan Rodriguez says, right, it's not police brutality if it's state sanctioned, right? It's just policing that. I shouldn't have to be lucky just to survive the police. That's why I stand in solidarity, especially with those that haven't been as lucky as I have. Because I understand that until Black lives are free, none of us are free. It's when Black lives are free, that's when we all get free. So that's it. Let's get it, y'all. Peace.
Thank you, Leon. And now I'm excited to introduce this amazing artist, or rather I say artivist, originally from Southeast San Diego and who now is out in the East Coast, but coming to us live today to share their talent with us. It's the one and only Truth. Truth isn't afraid to be bold and live her truth, no matter how painful it may be.
Yeah. They think I'm just an American girl. Yeah, but I got Africa in my blood. It's a bigger plan than most people can see. The door, no return, no more. We returning here, you see. It ain't our fault that they stole our people. I know we scattered all across the world. Stop all your hating, we need each other. Let's come together like one Africa, yeah. Rise up, calling on my people, we gotta rise up. I ain't work together, we gotta rise up. I am your sister, we gotta rise up, yeah. Rise up, calling on my people, we gotta rise up. I know it ain't easy, but we will rise up and work together, we gotta rise up, yeah. Yeah, Santa, why didn't die in vain? We got fight to do, we can't give up, no way. They still out here trying to slave and kill our people. We gotta stay strong, I believe in us, let's go. It ain't our fault that they stole our people. I know we scattered all across the world. Stop all your hating, we need each other. Let's rise together like one Africa, yeah. Dysphoria, it's our time to shine, Come together with Africa, we gon' rise. rise up. Calling on my people, we gotta rise up. And work together, we gotta rise up. I am your sister, we gotta rise up, yeah. Rise up, calling on my people, we gotta rise up. I know you ain't easy, but we will rise up. And work together, we gotta rise up, yeah. Mama Africa, we go Africa, yeah. They can't hold us back. It's called our children home. So you can you. Together, yes, we can do. We join our hands, we are two. Nobody else can break through, yeah. Mama Africa. Mama Africa, yeah. We rise up. Africa, rise up. Nigeria, rise up. Ghana, we rise up. Rise up. Togo and Sierra Leone, rise up. Egypt and Libya, rise up. Cameroon, we gon' rise up, yeah. Mama Africa, huh. We gon' rise up, yeah. They can't hold us back. All of Africa, all of Africa. Come on, y'all. Y'all can dance a little bit, right? Hey, y'all rise up. We can do it, yeah, we rise up, yeah. Mama Africa, we'll rise up, yeah. I feel it in my soul. No, you can feel it too, yeah, yeah. Rise up. Nigeria, rise up. Hey, San Diego, rise up. Hey, rise up, yeah. Rise up. All America, rise up. All of Africa, rise up. Come on. Black and Asians, rise up. Latina X, rise up. All my people, rise up. I just want to show love, respect to everyone watching this, wherever you may be. I want to give much love to my people in San Diego. Y'all making me so proud. I'm so honored to be here with you amazing people. Y'all know I'm in love with y'all. Keep fighting for racial injustice, and let's keep rising up. Peace and love. Ashe.
Woo! Thank you for always being amazing and honest, speaking the truth always.
Okay, our next speaker, Yves Nibanka, who is zooming in all the way from the East Coast, the National Secretariat and member of the Malaya Movement, a U.S.-based broad formation of individuals and organizations united under the cause of human rights and democracy in the Philippines.
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me? Again, thank you all thank you to the Asian Solidarity Collective. I feel so honored to be here. I recently moved back to Jersey City, New Jersey. But before this, I was living in National City, San Diego. Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yves, representing the Malaya movement. Malaya means the state of being free. We are a broad, multi-sectoral, intergenerational movement of Filipinos and allies united under the cause of human rights and genuine democracy for the Filipino people. I am here with you as we rise up in solidarity with Asian Solidarity Collective and the various social movements in San Diego who are participating in the Portal to Liberation campaign. We fully support Asian Solidarity Collective's demands as well, and ultimately the cause of Black liberation. We rise up in solidarity with you all, in recognition and understanding that our liberation and our struggle for liberation are deeply and materially intertwined. From the occupation of the Philippines by US imperialism in 1898, committing genocide against our people, murdering more than 1 million, using tactics they implemented in the genocide of our indigenous siblings here in the United States, to the ongoing neo-colonial relationship and collusion of the US government and the Philippine government under the dictatorship of Rodrigo Duterte. The US government currently pumps $193 million of our tax money every year, or more than $500 million in the past 4 years, into the murderous regime of Rodrigo Duterte. These tax dollars fund the ongoing war against the Filipino people through the so-called quote-unquote war on drugs, its counterinsurgency campaign, and the recently implemented anti-terror law. All of this modeled after and under the instruction of the US government. These programs of state terrorism have murdered more than 30,000 individuals without due process, like 17-year-old Kian de los Santos, assassinating human rights defenders like Zara Alvarez, and peace advocates like Randall Echanes, and many more, displacing indigenous communities from the Cordilleras of the north and the Pantaron Range in the south. This collusion also comes in the form of partnerships and joint training between the San Diego Police Department and the armed goons of the Philippine National Police. We understand that every tax dollar that is sent to fund murderous dictatorships overseas like Duterte's are tax dollars taken away from healthcare, public education, public housing, and other social services for our communities like in San Diego. As we pass by National City, I also want to mention that Kimball Park has been host to many anti-Marcos dictatorship protests back in the late 70s and the most recent People's State of the Nation address this past July. The growing anti-Duterte, anti-dictatorship movement in San Diego, and the expressions of internationalist solidarity from you all is a testament to this long history of internationalism, and this current action that you are doing now is one of the best ways to honor this legacy, of those who have come before us. With that, let us continue this acts of solidarity. We urge you all to call California 51st District Representative Juan Vargas to co-sponsor the Philippine Human Rights Act. This act aims to suspend and audit all security assistance from the United States to the fascist dictatorship in the Philippines. We want to highlight that San Diego plays an important role in delivering a significant blow against the fascist dictatorship in the Philippines. Representative Juan Vargas's district is home to more than 30,000 Filipinos in the Southeast San Diego. I also want to note that this is roughly the same number of Filipinos murdered by the brutal regime of Rodrigo Duterte. We also call on you to demand that San Diego County cut its relationship with the Philippine National Police and end all forms of joint training and partnership immediately, as we believe that these are acts of complicity in the maintenance of the fascist dictatorship in the Philippines. And lastly, we really support you all and thank you for all the work that you're doing. As we say in the Philippine movement, makibaka, huwag matakot, dare to struggle, and let us collectively overcome our fear, and long live international solidarity. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you, Yves. Next up, we got Corinne Macapugay, a professor, organizer, mother of indigenous Kalinga and Bontoc descent, raised in Southeast San Diego. Let's go, Corinne.
Hey, everyone. Thank you for having me. I was born in the Cordillera rice terraces of the Philippines in Kalinga. Those rice terraces are called one of the natural wonders of the world, which trips me out because they call it a miracle and a wonder as if people can't believe that brown folks without machines did that themselves. When I moved to America, we ended up living, after Barrio Logan, my first neighborhood, we ended up living in Paradise Hills, in the Bay Terraces of Southeast San Diego. If you're familiar with Paradise Hills, you know the spots that overlook the neighborhood. It shows the beauty of the neighborhood, especially at night. If you're familiar with Briarwood, you know that if you park right around Bell at night and you look around, you see the lights going all the way across to our neighbor country of Mexico. It's a beautiful sight. And sometimes when I look at that view, it's easy for me to forget the pains that we had to go through to get to where we are now in Paradise Hills. It's easy for me to forget my friends who we lost to depression, to mental health issues, because nobody came to talk to us about what depression meant. It's easy for me to forget that I lost many friends early to cancer because We didn't know what it meant to take care of ourselves. It's easy for me to forget the friends that got locked up because they held spray cans in their hands and because their art was considered criminal. And it's easy for me to forget my friends who are Black and brown, who because we hung out in groups of 3 were considered criminal. At the top of my parents' hill where they still live, sometimes I look over at Penn Field. In 2017 and 2018, we held the first Made in Paradise Hills night markets there. And those events brought 10 to 15,000 people together, local artists, entrepreneurs, families, gangsters, and the people who love them all came together. The night was beautiful. We just celebrated each other and we were reminded of our strengths. We were reminded of the beauty that we have, of the talents that we have, that we oftentimes forget. And it's funny because when people ask me who helped us, I said, no one did. We did it ourselves. So when we think about what it means to imagine a community with public safety, with resources, what does it mean to have a strong community? I want to remind people, wherever you are, Paradise Hills, National City, and beyond, that we don't have to think too hard. We have everything we need right here. We've always done this for our communities. We've been doing this for years. The generations have been doing this for years, and we will continue to do so. So don't forget the power and the beauty that lie in the people ourselves. And you see it in this caravan today. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
We welcome next a phenomenal attorney and organizer, Ian Cirillo, an immigration attorney who represents migrants and immigrants in deportation proceeding, including those detained in ICE facilities. He assists them in their application for asylum and other immigration relief.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And thank you to Asian Solidarity Collective for inviting me to speak today. I'm very happy to be here with you to show my solidarity in this collective struggle for liberation. So the immigration system of this country has always been a system that is meant to keep out people of color. It has always been characterized by racist framework that have very lax rules for white people, but very harsh and exclusionary for Black and brown people. People from Asia have always been targets of discrimination under this country's immigration system, using laws such as the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, the Asiatic Barred Zone Act of 1917, the Immigration Act even of 1924. It was only through consistent collective struggle, efforts of different human rights and civil rights activists and advocates that reforms were won. Despite this, however, this system remains hostile to AAPIs and people of color in general. This system is inhumane, is immoral. It has been breaking up families, incarcerating our peaceful brothers and sisters who are here seeking protection and refuge in our country, violating the basic human rights of migrants and immigrants to be free and be safe. Almost 4 years under this racist administration, the bad system has turned to worse. First, with the Muslim ban, which affected thousands of our Muslim brothers and sisters, mainly from Asian countries, followed by the ending of DACA and threatening to deport dreamers, impacting at least 120,000 AAPI DACA holders, the separation of children from their parents, the state-sanctioned kidnapping and caging of children, the focus on enforcement and deportation, which resulted to even more families broken. The multiple hurdles that were put in place to prevent the reunification of Black and brown families, including the requiring immigrants to show wealth and the increasing filing fees. Just imagine this. Starting October 2, Only those who have the resources can naturalize to become US citizens, with more than 80% increase of filing fees, which will now be costing an applicant $1,170. And fee waivers for those who could not afford are no more available. Just imagine that starting October 2, an individual escaping persecution in his or her country will have to pay $50 to apply for asylum in what is supposed to be the most powerful and wealthiest country on earth. All of this is bound by the same theme of excluding people of color in this country. So all of these have serious implications and has greatly negatively impacted and will continue to deepen the hardships of people of color, including AAPIs, which, by the way, is exactly the objective of this racist and fascist administration. As the Caravan now heads to the Otay Mesa Detention Center, it is important to note that at any point for the past several years, there are about 20,000 to 30,000 migrants and immigrants who are detained in ICE detention facilities nationwide. 70% of these detainees are held in privately run concentration camps. There is no reason for these detention centers, aside from enriching the stockholders of these prison corporations. Remember, these migrants and immigrants are not, that they are not in detention because of any criminal offense or conviction. Of course, I want to acknowledge that the related issue relating to this country's racist criminal justice system. But most of these detainees are simply there because they are in the process of applying for asylum or any other immigration relief. It is simply inhumane. It is pure evil, unconscionable, and deeply disturbing that so much of our taxpayers' money is being invested to intentionally inflict suffering, to inflict harm to our fellow human beings. I represented many of these detainees and continue to represent several of them in Otay Mesa and in Adelanto as we continue to fight to free them all. So it is imperative that we should all continue to fight to end deportation, to close all detention centers, to abolish ICE and liberate all people from immigration detention, respect the right to migrate and stop border militarization, to protect and safeguard all refugees, demilitarize and protect our communities from federal military weaponry to law enforcement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ian. We are now heading to our last stop, Otay Mesa Detention Center.
Yasmin, who is an unapologetic Muslim Palestinian community organizer and activist. She discovered her passion for community advocacy through her extended experience on local, state, and national levels with CARE San Diego, Pillars of the Community, and American Muslims for Palestine.
While we wait for Yasmin, can we get some footage of the road, folks? What's going on?
Hey. We're on the road over here. We're on a freeway. Where's everyone else at?
We're on L Street.
Wait, what car is that talking? Whose car is that?
That was Tasha.
Oh, hey, Tasha. It's good to see you, Tasha, as always.
So proud of you guys. I love y'all, all y'all.
Love you too, Tasha.
I love y'all three. This is truth.
Oh my God. You know, I was serious.
I miss you.
I miss you so much.
Too. But y'all doing this is just so amazing, and I just feel so connected, and I need y'all, and I'm just so proud Like, man, y'all epic for this.
You're epic. We miss you so much. So glad you were here with us.
You already know. What you eating, a California burrito?
Sandwich. I had to make sure I bring stuff. I have to go to the bathroom, that's for sure. This whole time on this road. So I'm glad I brought me food, snacks, long drive.
Stay ready so you ain't gotta get ready.
Stay ready. And Yasmin is ready. So we'll go ahead and welcome Yasmin to share words with us.
Hello, y'all. Thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you. First off, thank you so much for Asian Solidarity Collective for having us here today in this beautiful, incredible event. Y'all are doing incredible work. And thank you to all the amazing speakers and performers that went before me. Y'all were amazing and I loved every one of you. And Truth, it was so beautiful seeing you sing today, as always. As we head down, as I was introduced, I'm Muslim Palestinian, unapologetically Muslim Palestinian. And I think when I enter a space like this, and as we head down to the Otay Mesa detention center, the only thing that I can think about as a Palestinian is that it's not a detention. They love to call things those really fancy words like detention center. It's so subtle, it's so nice, it's so kind. But in reality, it's not a detention center. It's not a border. It's a site of kidnap, a family separation, a family of creating family pain. It is not a simple detention, but rather it's a space where we are killing and destroying family bonds using our own tax dollar money. So when we see them calling spaces as a detention center or something else, we need to remember that it's not just a detention, but rather a kidnap. And it's not just as simple as put someone in a space until they get the paperwork. No, they're literally and physically separating families and children from one another. They're putting them in horrible situations that are inhumane and should never be even created for humans in the first place, yet not even animals. And we need to make sure that when they're calling them those names, that we call it out, when we make sure we use language that truly describes what the situations are. As a Palestinian, I personally grew up and spent 16 years in Palestine, and family in kidnapping and family separation isn't something new to me. As a child, I've been forced out of my bed in the middle of the night because Zionist settlers wanted to come inside my home, wanted to look around and see if there's anyone suspicious in the house. And we hear these phrases of surveillance and suspicious people and all of that often here, fit in the description. We hear that here, and I've seen that on the ground as well in Palestine and here. So for me, when we're calling for the reunification of families, when we're calling for abolishing prisons, when we're calling for abolishing ICE, and we're calling to defund the police, we also need to extend that and make sure that we're not investing our US dollar tax dollar money to separate families in Palestine and elsewhere. We're not investing in imperialism elsewhere. We're making sure that the US is staying the fuck up out of everywhere else in the world, because as mentioned several times before me, refugees and immigrants don't want to come here. No one just wants to come to the US. We have created refugees, we have created immigrants, and we continue to create them on a daily basis. And unless we call for the US to stop imperializing other countries and get out of other countries and leave them alone, then we also cannot just call for the US to stop here inside the US, but we also need to call international as well. And with that, as we said, borders here. There is no thing called borders. There are no things called detention centers. Those are sites of kidnapping, sites of pain, sites of creating and producing generational trauma that affects our families and really and destroys our familiar bonds. And we need to call it that. We need to call it what it is in order to make sure that this shit show stops, and we do not continue to pay towards the separation of our own families. And from Palestine to Mexico, all the walls have got to go, all the borders have got to go, and every piece and every point of stolen land at this moment needs to be acknowledged and returned back to the original owners. And with that, thank you all so much and have a great day.
Thank you, Yasmin. Okay, hold on. Close out, we feature Asian Solidarity Collective's very own, the one and only DJ Cotton Candy. Candy is a people's hip-hop DJ scholar who was born and raised in Queens, New York, and is widely regarded as one of the most legendary and accomplished women DJs in the world. Candy is a disabled Filipinx American queer writer, poet, theater performer, educator, hip-hop feminist, and community.
Beyond bars, beyond borders, beyond bars, beyond borders. Protect one another from these white supremacist orders. Beyond bars, beyond borders. Protect our children from these white supremacist orders. We fight for the dream they told us we had. We fight for the dream that my mom was led to believe we'd have. We fight for my husband, who had to deal with an expired green card, renew some card, I-90 carry card, brand them on a card, just another old guard to keep track, put our people behind bars. I would dream upon stars who would take away the scars, memoirs of separated families like splits with crowbars, labeled registrars or stay under the radar, mark a child an alien like they were from Mars. Black and brown people ain't a number they can trademark, cannot destroy a Chicano park. Can't create a hierarchy amongst our people by a piece of paper to prove an allegiance to an administration that never has the intention to love our people beyond their labor. You see, my own heart will never waver. I know where I stand. I know who I am. This is the borderlands. Gloria Anzaldúa told us this means you. This is not just a Latinx issue. This is a Black, Afro-Latinx, Indigenous, Caribbean, Asian, and many communities issue. If it truly takes a village to raise our children, then this is all of our issues. It is not all true that we are all a nation of immigrants. As we settle upon stolen lands, Africans stolen, sold into slavery from the New World to the Kumeyaay land, forced migration stripped my family away from our homeland, colonized minds, imperialism, exceptionalism had 29% of my own people who voted for that 45 Trump, cis, het, white, supremacist man, while there are 3.5 million Filipinx immigrants living on this land, 800,000 plus more undocumented Filipinx work in this land, 1.6 million plus more APIs undocumented and fear to be banned, 1.1 million plus more refugees from Southeast Asia displaced by occupation, 1 million plus more with DACA and TPS targeted, detained, then deportation. What becomes of this nation? We cannot tell the truth if we cannot name the lies. They say 2,300 children, but told to prepare for over 20,000 in military bases. This current administration is not the start of racists. Child Gambino been told the truth of this foundation, ripping children and families apart from slavery, African families to First Nations, Executive Order 9066, Chinese Exclusion Act, miscegenation, and here we are again. Locking up every single black, brown, indigenous, Mexican, Asian. We are more than just a statistic. I refuse to forget Troy Davis, Sandra Bland, Michael Brown, Eddie Jean, Trayvon Martin, Alfred Olongo, Antoine Rose. Those who died and living, mass incarceration, beyond bars, beyond borders. Protect our children from these white supremacist orders. This is capitalism. And we messing with their green papers. GEO Group operator, 2.26 billion revenues on private detention centers. Follow that paper. From the border to the hood, our freedom is tied together. We better stay woke, cause every white poor folks taking their last stance. Check a citizenship status. Border Patrol keep at it. Ever wonder what it's like to get no sleep? Cause the thought of losing the only home you've ever known keeps you anxious. KKKs, white nationalists, neo-Nazis, and every white privileged Trump voter thinks their whiteness will save them. Feel the thud of 600,000 undocumented hearts beating as they rowing in boats with fear just to get to a safe shore. Some of us don't answer doors, climbing fences, fleeing from their own country from rooted wars. So trust is hard to build upon, especially when Trump signs an executive order call when he started it all. Some are apathetic and stone-walled, or maybe some of them are really neoliberals. We see them stacking stones, helping to build walls from here to Texas to Palestine, destroying olive trees, breaking levees. Leave it to Becky to call the police for barbecuing while black. We still asking what happened to Stephen Clark in SAC. 8,000 stores closed for watered down diversity trainings gets a pushback. Can't expect capitalism to do better than that. People of color under attack. Abolish ICE. Abolish detention centers. Abolish prison. We see the connection. They coming for one of us. They coming for us all. Black, brown, Chicano, indigenous, First Nations, Muslims, Sikhs, Pacific Islander, and Asians, disabled, lesbian, gay, bi, gender, non-conforming, non-binary, trans, and queer. So let us be clear. Call a thing a thing. This is white supremacy yet again, protecting the frontier. This is the reality. Revolution ain't pretty. What's it gonna take for us to move past allyship and towards true solidarity? When we gonna realize that when black lives free, we all get free? Abolish all borders and return all the babies. This is what it takes to defend families, to honor and remember our families that risked everything to get our children here. Even as we fear, change the world for the better. Listen to water warriors. Protect these lands, our children and each other. Smash patriarchy. Because rape culture, toxic masculinity are all part of white supremacy, still rampant amongst you and me. It's only inevitable. Dismantle white supremacy. If you ain't enraged, then you ain't a comrade. Wondering who got our backs, who will defend the dream we cannot attain without a fight. And this is the fight for our lives. It's a sad but beautiful struggle if it means we could be free. Kasamas, compañeras, comrades. We just need to give a damn and care. My people, we just need freedom. But if it means we become a revolutionary, then so be it. For freedom, I would die for you. Would you die for me? Beyond bars, beyond borders. Protect our children from these white supremacist orders.
Thank you so much, Candy, for your inspiration, and you're always inspiring us all. We are still on our way to the Otay Detention Center, so we're just gonna be checking on everyone and where they at, just how is everyone looking like.
Hey, we just got off the freeway. I gotta go to the bathroom so bad. But yo, that was such an inspired program. I'm real proud of y'all, every single body that just goes all the way over here and made it through this part of the caravan. Grateful to our youth leading this, hosting this action. Pebbles and Doom. Thank you to the folks back there. Like y'all, we're just all holding it down. So thank you. We're about to get over here. Yep. Got my thing ready. Where's everybody at? What cars?
Hey, sis.
Car number. Jessica, where you at?
I'm at the very back of the caravan, and we just got off La Media.
How many cars are in front of you?
I think I got about 8 cars in front of me and 3 behind me. And we're making a left right after getting out of the freeway, so we're good.
Where's Carly going? I have no idea because I can't read my text. Were we supposed to go this way? Oh, I think Carly went around.
We're taking a right on Otay Mesa Road. After the freeway, make a right on Otay Mesa Road.
There we go. We over here. 2, 4, 6, and a Buttershy. Where are we? Militarization. Put these borders. Where's everybody at? Who's on the route? Is car 6 still here?
Car 6 is here. We finally caught up.
Hey.
How's
Who's
everyone
talking?
feeling?
Who's that? Who's talking? I'm sorry. Shit. Yellow light. Wish I could, so you guys see where we're at. We're passing by over here. All behind us. A lot of construction going on. Why is it quiet over there? Where's everybody? Oh, lots of noise on my thing. Real quiet over here. We're by the hills. Let me show you my camera, everybody.
Okay.
We got Piggy's camera on, Candy.
Oh, I see Piggy's camera. Oh.
We're getting footage of you closing in on the detention center.
Yes, we're in the car. We're up ahead.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, y'all, we're about 4 minutes away now.
Trin, where are you at?
We're about to turn left on Alta in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
Looks like. What about you, Candy?
I'm right here. Let me see where I'm at. We've got another 2 minutes away. Got a headache though.
Piggy and family, how close are you to the detention center?
Sorry.
We are almost there. We are about to turn left and heading towards Otay Mesa Detention Center.
Thank you, everyone, for holding it down and making it to our last stop. Otay Detention.
Go. Yes. No borders, no prisons. Stop the deportation. No borders. No prisons. No prisons. Stop the deportation. Abolish it. Bumpy road, bumpy road. We're heading there. How many cars are behind us? Car number 8, how many cars are in front of you?
It's car number 8. Pulling up. If you are ready, make some noise.
All right. No borders, no prisons. Stop the deportation. No borders, no prisons. Stop the deportation. No borders.
Okay, we would like to thank all of our endorsers who supported us and made this event possible. A big thank you goes out to our whole Asian Solidarity Collective who've actively worked behind the scenes and who made this event happen. Carmela, our stage manager for our in-person program. Grace, program coordinator for our Zoom and Facebook Live. Stacy, Trin, Anna Laura, our Zoom support coordinators. Amelia, our Zoom camera in-person program. Our safety team, Armadillos, with Kadi and Jen as safety leads, including Aaron and Miss Piggy and Siska as ASC safety leads, and Quay and Daniel, who are our scouts. And all our ASC team who did so much behind the scenes and volunteering to make signs, banners, flags, flyers, posting on social media, donating water, hand sanitizer, providing care wagons, and who did so much more. Deanna, Quay, Michelle, Dino, Joshua, Stacy, Maya, Michael, Jalen, Robbie, Superna, Jojo, Kevin, Jay, Timmy, May, and all of our whole ASC membership base. Thank you so much.
Yes, we also want to thank all of our friends, dear allies, co-conspirators, and other movement builders. We want to thank Darren, who provided services for live closed captioning to make this event as accessible as possible. Our medic team, Olympia, traffic controllers, Serge, showing up for racial justice. We specifically want to thank PYM, the Majdal Center, and Armadillos, Busquera y Resquera for sponsoring our action.
Thank you so much.
Yes, we would like to thank all of our endorsers for making this possible. Thank you for all this labor of love. And to our core members and ASC members, thank you for the planning. Most importantly, I want to lift up our youth, Pebbles and Doom, for being dope hosts of our program, for activating themselves to be a part of this. Thank you. The youth are our future. Any of our ASC members want to do any shout outs?
I definitely want to thank the Dee Dee McClure Bail for just holding it down and being ready to support us. Want to thank Juan, American Indian Movement, for providing, their truck earlier this morning. All of Surge, all our endorsers, PYM as well, the Majdal Center for really providing us gas cards. So I have some gas cards. So if everybody needs some, please come see me. I'm gonna give you some gas cards. And where is it though? Right here. Yes, we did it. Come say hi. Just put my mask on though. Pebbles, you did great. I want to give mad love to Armadillos and Surge. Really protect their. Let's come out the car for a bit so you can see everybody. You all can see the car. Mind the car. Michael.
Trin, you want to say any thanks? Close us out?
Yes. Can y'all hear me? I'm not sure if my Zoom's working.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, awesome. I just wanted to thank everyone who could be a part of this special day today, and all the hard working folks that made this happen, all the performers, all the speakers, all the planners. Thank you, thank you. It was really beautiful to see so many folks, so many different communities coming together in solidarity to reimagine a world free of police, free of prisons, and free of borders. Thank you all. Let's keep fighting. We still got a long road ahead of us.
Thanks, Trin. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Please stay tuned for more work from Asian Solidarity Collective. Have a great day. Be safe. Take care of yourselves. Show compassion to one another. Love each other. And let's keep working towards solidarity and building. Thank you.